Hello guys, welcome to Proxima What Ifs. So in this video, we will see, what if Deku was the last alpha dire wolf and created ultimate harem at UA Academy? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1. The Last Progenitor. The air outside UA High was thick with a cocktail of ozone, anxiety, and teenage desperation. Thousands of aspiring heroes milled about the grand entrance, a sea of VU energy churning beneath the morning sun. They fidgeted with support gear, recited their quirks applications under their breath, and shot wary glances at potential rivals. It was a symphony of ambition, and to Izuku Midoriya, it was deafeningly loud. He stood apart from the crowd, not out of shyness or fear, but out of a simple, instinctual need for space. While others huddled together for comfort, Izuku found clarity in solitude. He leaned against the cool stone of the outer wall, eyes closed, his breathing slow and even. He wasn't meditating, he was listening. He could hear the frantic thumping of 100 different hearts, the whisper of conversations from 50 meters away, the distant hum of the city beyond the school's formidable gates. He could smell the coppery tang of nervous sweat, the cloying sweetness of a girl's perfume, the acrid scent of scorched fabric from a boy with an emitter quirk he couldn't quite control. This world, a world defined and categorized by the fantastic powers they called quirks, had always found him wanting. Quirkless. The word was a brand, a judgment seared into his records since the age of 4. It was a lie, but a necessary one. His power was not a quirk. It was older, deeper, a legacy of blood and bone from a time before humanity's genetic lottery had produced wings and fire and talking animals. It was the inheritance of the dire wolf, and he was the last of its alphas. To call it a quirk would be like calling the ocean a puddle. It was the very essence of him, the strength in his muscles, the impossible acuity of his senses, the primal drive to protect, to hunt, to lead. It was a power that didn't need to be flashy because it was fundamental. He didn't generate an element. He was an element of predatory perfection. Well, if it isn't Deku. Izuku's eyes opened, the irises a deep, forest green. The voice was a familiar grating sound, like grinding stone, and it belonged to Katsuki Bakugo. The blonde boy stood before him, hands shoved deep into the pockets of his school uniform, a sneer permanently etched onto his face. His 2 lackeys flanked him like gargoyles, their own expressions a cheap imitation of Bakugo's arrogance. Still think you have a shot, you quirkless wannabe. Bakugo spat, his crimson eyes scanning Izuku up and down with open contempt. You must have a death wish, trying to get into UA with nothing. They'll chew you up and spit you out before the first bell. Izuku straightened up, his movements fluid and unhurried. He was lean, but a dense, corded strength was visible in his frame. A deceptive power that most people overlooked. He met Bakugo's glare without flinching. There was no fear in him, only a placid watchfulness. I'm here to take the same test as you, Katsuki, Izuku said. His voice calm and even, lacking the tremor it once held. That old, stuttering fear had been shed years ago, replaced by the quiet confidence of an apex predator that knows its own capabilities. Bakugo's sneer tightened. He hated that. He hated the way Izuku no longer flinched, no longer cowered. It was like a dog suddenly deciding it was a wolf. It was unnatural. Don't get cocky, he snarled. A tiny crackle of energy popping in his palm. You're still the same useless Deku you've always been. A pebble on the side of the road. I'm going to be number 1. You'll be lucky if you don't go home in a body bag. Quote. Izuku's gaze didn't waver. A flicker of something ancient and cold passed through his eyes. Be careful you don't get in my way, Katsuki, he replied, the words a simple statement of fact. Not a threat. And with that, he pushed off the wall and walked towards the entrance, melting into the throng of students. Bakugo stood frozen for a second, a chill CRAWLING up his spine that had nothing to do with the morning air. It was a primal, instinctual fear, the kind a rabbit feels when a hawk's shadow passes overhead. He didn't understand it, and that infuriated him more than anything. He clenched his fists, the popping of his explosions growing louder. Damn you, Deku, he roared at Izuku's retreating back, but the words were lost in the noise of the crowd. Among that crowd, several others noticed the brief exchange, or at least, the boy at the center of it. A girl with a brown bob and perpetually rosy cheeks, Ochako Uraraka, saw the quiet confide. NCE in Izuku's posture and felt a small spark of admiration. She was a nervous wreck, her stomach doing flip-flops, and here was a boy facing down the explosive blonde with utter serenity. Not far away, a tall, elegant girl with a long black ponytail, Momo Yaoyorozu, observed with analytical curiosity. She noted the physiological responses. Bakugo's heightened aggression, the telltale signs of adrenaline. But the other boy, Midoriya. She recalled from the sign-in sheet, he was a blank slate. His heart rate, judged by the steady rise and fall of his chest, was as calm as if he were sitting in a library. It was an anomaly, an interesting one. A third girl, Kyoka Jiro, with her distinctive earphone jacks dangling from her lobes, winced as Bakugo's mini-explosions sent sharp, painful spikes of sound through her sensitive hearing. But as she focused, she picked up something else, something underneath the chaos. A low, steady rhythm. A heartbeat, so powerful and slow it sounded more like a drum than a human heart. She followed the sound with her senses and her eyes landed on the green-haired boy walking away. It unnerved her, that powerful, steady thrumming in a world of frantic, rabbit-like heartbeats. It was a sound that belonged to something much, much larger. The written exam was a formality. Izuku completed it with quiet efficiency, his mind already on the physical trial to come. When the time came, they were all herded into a massive auditorium where the hero present Mike began his over-the-top explanation of the practical exam. Izuku listened intently, absorbing the data, ILS of the three types of robots and their point values. He wasn't memorizing, he was categorizing prey. 1-pointer, jackal, 2-pointer, boar, 3-pointer, bear, simple. Then came the mention of the 0-pointer. The massive arena trap, a gimmick, Present Mike called it. Best to avoid it. Izuku's lips thinned. He could smell the lie from across the auditorium. It wasn't a gimmick. It was a test of a different kind. A test of character. He filed the information away. They were bused to massive, city-sized replicas. Battle Center B was his designated territory. As he stepped off the bus, he saw the same bubbly girl from earlier, Ochako Uraraka, trying to psych herself up, her hands clasped together in a silent prayer. He gave a slight nod in her direction, an almost imperceptible acknowledgement. Then, his senses expanded, mapping out the new environment. The concrete canyons of the fake city created a perfect hunting ground. He could smell the ozone from the robots' power sources, hear the faint whir of their internal mechanisms as they lay in wait. The wind whispered through the alleys, carrying information. He was home. Present Mike's voice boomed from unseen speakers. And, star art. The other examinees hesitated, confused by the lack of a countdown. Izuku did not. The moment the word was spoken, he was gone. He didn't sprint in a burst of speed like the boy with engines in his legs. He flowed, his body dropping into a low crouch, his movements economical and utterly silent. He moved into the city not like a hero, but like a predator entering its territory. A 1-point robot rolled out from an alley, its single red eye locking onto him. Target acquired, it droned. Izuku didn't even break stride. He vaulted off a nearby wall, his body twisting in midair. For a split second, the tips of his fingers hardened, his nails thickening and elongating into short, black claws. He raked them across the robot's optical sensor, the sound of screeching metal. Barely audible over the machine's own noise. Blinded, the robot flailed, and Izuku landed behind it, driving the heel of his foot into the weak point at its leg joint. With a crunch of stressed metal, the machine toppled. He was already moving on before it hit the ground. Points were irrelevant. This was about efficiency, about the hunt. He moved deeper into the concrete jungle. His hearing guided him, the high-frequency hum of active robots a beacon in the chaos. He found a pair of 2-pointers cornering another student. The student, a boy who could shoot lasers from his navel, was panicking. Izuku didn't announce himself. He ran along the side of a building, his grip preternaturally strong, finding purchase on window ledges and pipes, moving with the four-limbed grace of a great cat. He dropped from above, landing on the head of one robot, his weight and momentum crushing its chassis. He used its falling body as a springboard, launching himself at the second. He didn't punch it. He slammed the palm of his hand against a side panel, his fingers digging into the seams, and simply tore it off. Wires sparked and fizzled. He reached inside, his claws severing the main power conduit with a sharp tug. Both robots were scrap in less than 5 seconds. The naval laser boy stared, mouth agape. What was that? What's your quirk? Izuku glanced at him, his green eyes holding a feral glint. Survival, he said, and then he was gone, a green and black blur disappearing down another alley. From the observation room, the UA staff watched in stunned silence. Who is this kid? A teacher muttered, pointing at Izuku's monitor. Midoriya, Izuku. His file says he's quirkless. Aizawa Shota, the man who would be Class 1A's homeroom teacher, leaned forward, his tired eyes sharp and analytical. That's not quirkless, he said, his voice a low rasp. There's no visible activation, no energy signature. His physical abilities are off the charts, but it's more than that. Look at his movements. It's predatory, instinctive. He's not fighting them, he's hunting them. All Might, in his skeletal form as Toshinori Yagi, watched with a growing sense of awe and confusion. He had seen power. He was power. But this was different. It was raw, untamed, and deeply unsettling. Young Midoriya moved with a brutal efficiency that was utterly devoid of the flair and showmanship common to hero work. It was the grace of a creature born to kill. He has 48 points, Nezu, the principal, chirped, sipping his tea. And the test is only 3 minutes old. Back in the arena, Izuku had established a rhythm. He moved through the city like a phantom, the other examinees only catching glimpses of his work. The smoking remains of a robot, a green blur disappearing around a corner. He was a ghost reaping a harvest of steel and wire. Bakugo was a whirlwind of explosions and rage. Every robot he destroyed was a statement, a testament to his overwhelming power. He was racking up points, shouting his supremacy to the empty sky. But every time he cleared a street, he'd find piles of scrap he hadn't made. He'd hear a whisper of movement and see nothing. A deep-seated frustration began to boil in his gut. He was supposed to be the undisputed king here, but someone else was silently outperforming him, and the fact that he suspected it was the quirkless Deku was driving him insane. Momo Yaoyorozu had created a cannon and was systematically dismantling robots from a distance, her score climbing steadily. But her strategic mind couldn't help but notice the odd distribution of enemy forces. Certain sectors of the city seemed to go quiet, the robots neutralized before she could even target them. She cross-referenced her position with the brief glimpses of a green-clad figure on her periphery. His efficiency was illogical. To take down robots of this caliber required either overwhelming destructive force or a precise understanding of their mechanics. Midoriya displayed neither. He just unmade them. She was fascinated. Jiro had her jacks plugged into a building, using the entire structure as an amplifier to listen for approaching targets. She was doing well, ambushing robots with targeted sonic blasts. But her soundscape was dominated by 2 overwhelming signatures: Bakugo's constant, jarring explosions, and that same, terrifyingly steady heartbeat from earlier. It was everywhere. It would fade as it moved away, then grow stronger as it approached from a different direction, a relentless, predatory rhythm that put every nerve she had on edge. It was the sound of the alpha predator on the prowl. And then, the ground began to tremble. A shadow fell over the city, vast and absolute. The examinees looked up, their confidence and bravado evaporating in an instant. The zero-pointer had been released. It was a metal titan, a skyscraper given monstrous life, its gargantuan frame towering over the tallest buildings. Its single red eye glowed with malevolent energy as it swiped a massive arm, demolishing a 5-story building in a cascade of concrete and twisted rebar. Panic erupted. Run. It's the zero-pointer. Forget it. It's not worth any points. Just get away. The students scattered like mice, a frantic exodus away from the mechanical god. Izuku, perched atop a building 3 blocks away, watched the chaos. His nostrils flared, tasting the dust-choked air. His instincts told him this creature was a territory-level threat, something to be wary of, but not something that concerned him directly. His hunt was for the smaller, more manageable prey. He was about to turn and seek out more points when a scent hit him, faint but clear, the sweet, floral perfume from earlier, mixed with the salty tang of fear. His head snapped back towards the zero-pointer. At its base, amidst a pile of rubble from the building it had just destroyed, was a figure. It was the bubbly girl, Ochako Uraraka. Her leg was pinned beneath a massive slab of concrete. Her face a mask of terror as the robot's colossal foot began to rise, preparing to take another step. A step that would crush her into oblivion. Something inside Izuku snapped. It wasn't a thought. It wasn't a heroic impulse or a calculated decision. It was a switch, flipped in the deepest, most ancient part of his brain. The world of color and sound bled away, replaced by a stark, primal reality. Territory, threat, helpless, and a new, overwhelming imperative, protect. The students fleeing the scene felt a sudden, oppressive shift in the atmosphere. A palpable aura of menace washed over them, heavier and more terrifying than the zero-pointer itself. It was the feeling of a predator king declaring its intent. Izuku's body changed. It was subtle, but profound. His muscles coiled, his posture dropping lower, becoming more feral. The forest green of his irises began to bleed into a bright, luminous gold. His teeth clenched, and his canines sharpened, elongating by a few millimeters, becoming fangs. A low growl rumbled in his chest, a sound that was felt more than heard, a subsonic threat that vibrated through the very ground. He didn't run. He launched. He pushed off the rooftop, clearing the 50-foot gap to the next building in a single, impossible leap. He hit the opposite roof not with a clumsy thud but with a 4-point landing, his claws digging into the gravel as he immediately sprang forward again. He wasn't running on two legs anymore. He was a quadrupedal blur of green and black, a dire wolf in human form, closing the distance to the zero-pointer with terrifying speed. Ochako saw him coming. Through her tear-filled eyes, she saw a figure moving with a speed that shouldn't be possible, a golden glint in its eyes that burned through the dust and smoke. For a moment, she felt a new kind of fear, a fear of this wild, inhuman rescuer. Izuku reached the base of the behemoth. He didn't slow down. He leapt, his claws finding purchase on the robot's metal leg. He began to climb, his movements a terrifying fusion of man and beast. He scaled the 100-meter-tall robot like a squirrel scaling a tree, digging his claws into the armor plating, using pipes and joints as handholds. The zero-pointer's sensors finally registered him as a threat. A panel opened on its torso, revealing a battery of laser turrets. They swiveled and locked onto the small figure scaling its body. Izuku's senses were on fire. He felt the shift in air pressure as the turret doors opened, heard the high-pitched whine of their charging capacitors. He pushed the surface just as a volley of energy beams stitched a line of molten holes where he'd been a second before. He landed back on the robot's chest, his growl deepening into a furious snarl. He was no longer thinking about points, or the exam, or UA. He was an alpha defending its territory from an invader that had threatened one of his own. He reached the robot's massive shoulder and ran along its arm, straight towards the head. The robot swiped at him with its other hand, a hand the size of a bus. Izuku leapt, clearing the clumsy attack, and landed on its faceplate. He stared directly into its single, cyclopean red eye. He let out a roar. It wasn't human. It was a guttural, earth-shaking sound that promised violence and death, the cry of an ancient predator that had once hunted mammoths. Then he went to work. He didn't punch. Punching was inefficient. He drove his clawed fingers into the seams around the optical sensor. Metal shrieked in protest as he began to pull. With a surge of primal strength, he tore the 10-foot-wide armored plate protecting the eye clean off and flung it into the street below. He then plunged both arms into the exposed nest of wiring and processors, his fangs bared in a feral grin. He ripped and tore with controlled savagery. Power cables thick as his arm were severed with a single, powerful tug. Hydraulic lines burst, spraying pressurized fluid into the air. He wasn't just breaking it, he was disemboweling it. He was performing a kill. The robot shuddered violently, its limbs spasming. Its red eye flickered and died. Its internal motors screamed their last, and then, with a groan of 1,000 dying machines, the giant began to topple. It was falling forward, directly towards Ochako. Izuku's golden eyes widened. He scrambled from the robot's head, his descent a controlled fall. He pushed off the collapsing chest, using its momentum to propel himself forward and down. He landed on the ground between the falling titan and the trapped girl just as its shadow consumed them. He didn't try to stop it. He braced himself, planting his feet and sinking low, his back to Ochako. "Hold on," he barked, the single command sharp and absolute. The zero-pointer crashed down. The sound was apocalyptic. The earth shook, and a tidal wave of dust and debris erupted from the impact. But where Ochako was, there was no impact. Izuku had taken he full force of a collapsing section of the robot's torso onto his back and shoulders. His legs buckled, the concrete beneath his feet cracking under the strain, but he did not break. He was a living shield, an immovable wall of sinew and bone and sheer, indomitable will. The dust began to settle. The other examinees, who had been watching the entire spectacle in horrified awe, crept out from their hiding places. They stared at the mountain of metal scrap that now dominated the street. And there, in a small pocket of survival carved out by his own body, stood Izuku Midoriya. He slowly straightened up, the massive piece of wreckage sliding off his back with a deafening screech. He was breathing heavily, his body steaming in the cool air as his accelerated metabolism worked to repair the damage of the impact. He turned, his golden eyes scanning Ochako, checking for injuries. The primal fire in them softened slightly as he saw she was unharmed, merely terrified. The elongated canines retracted, and the golden glow faded, leaving his eyes their normal, deep green, though they still held an intensity that wasn't there before. He walked over to the slab of concrete pinning her leg. He gripped the edge, his muscles bunching, and with a low grunt, he lifted it. It must have weighed half a ton, but he moved it as if it were a piece of furniture, tossing it aside. He knelt down. "Are you okay?" he asked, his voice low and raspy. Ochako could only stare, her mind struggling to process what she had just witnessed. This boy, he had just dismantled a 60-foot robot with his bare hands and then caught a piece of it to save her. She nodded dumbly, unable to form words. He offered her a hand. Hesitantly, she took it. The moment their skin touched, a jolt went through her, a current of pure warmth and security that chased away the last vestiges of her fear. It felt safe, deeper than safe. It felt like she was being claimed by something powerful and protective. It was the most terrifying and most comforting feeling she had ever experienced. He pulled her to her feet with ease. He stood there for a moment, a silent guardian over a stunned and grateful Ochako, his primal aura still clinging to him like a shroud. From their hiding spots, the others watched. Momo Yaoyorozu's analytical mind was in overdrive. No quirk could explain that. The strength, the speed, the agility, the regeneration suggested by the steaming wounds that were already closing, it was a biological impossibility. It defied every law of physics and quirk theory she had ever studied. She wasn't just intrigued anymore. She was utterly captivated. Kyoka Jiro lowered her jacks from the wall she was hiding behind. The roaring of the robot and the cataclysmic crash had been agony, but through it all, she had focused on that one sound. The heartbeat. During the fight, it had sped up, a frantic, thunderous war drum. Now, as he stood over the girl, it had already returned to that impossibly slow, powerful rhythm. Thump-dump, thump-dump, it was the sound of absolute control. Across the training ground, in a different sector, Itsuka Kendo had felt the tremor from the zero-pointer's fall. She and her group saw the plume of dust rising into the sky. She was a natural leader, confident and capable, but the sheer scale of that event, which she could only guess at, sent a shiver of apprehension through her. Whatever happened over there was on a completely different level from the test she was taking. And Bakugo saw everything. He had been chasing points on a parallel street when the zero-pointer fell. He saw Izuku's impossible, animalistic climb. He heard that inhuman roar. He witnessed the savage, brutal dismantling. And he felt that aura. It was the same feeling he'd had that morning, magnified 1,000 times. It was a pressure that made the hairs on his arms stand up and his instincts scream at him to submit. It was the undeniable presence of an apex predator. The quirkless, useless Deku was a monster. A monster that terrified him on a level he didn't know he possessed. Rage and fear warred within him, creating a toxic, volatile brew that left him shaking. "Time's up," President Mike's voice boomed, signaling the end of the exam. As if on cue, recovery girl arrived on a small cart, her medical team in tow. She bustled over to Izuku and Ochako. "Goodness, what a mess," she said, looking from the wreckage to the two students. She gave Ochako a quick check-up, diagnosing a sprained ankle. After a quick healing kiss, she turned her sharp eyes on Izuku. "And you, Sonny, are you all right, taking a hit like that?" "I'm fine," Izuku said, his voice now back to its normal, calm tone. The last of the steam evaporated from his skin. There wasn't a scratch on him. Recovery girl peered at him over her glasses, her medical eye seeing far more than the surface. She saw the microscopic tears in his uniform, the faint stress fractures in the ground where he had stood. The sheer impossibility of his uninjured state. She decided, for now, not to press the issue. In a dark, sterile room deep beneath the headquarters of the Public Hero Safety Commission, the light from a dozen monitors cast a cold blue glow on the face of Director Kenji Suragame. He was a man carved from ice, his sharp suit immaculate, his silver hair perfectly coiffed. His expression was one of bored calculation as he watched footage from the various UA exam sites. His brother, the chief of police, was a public-facing dog. Kenji dealt with the things that couldn't see the light of day. He was the head of the Apex Control Unit, the ACU, a secret division tasked with a single, vital mission: to monitor, control, or eliminate threats that fell outside the comfortable, predictable spectrum of quirks. "Report," he said, his voice as cold as the room. An agent in a featureless black uniform stepped forward. "Sir, multiple high-value targets identified across all sites. Todoroki, Shoto, Bakugo, Katsuki, both high-end offensive types, predictable development path. But we have an anomaly. Battle Center B." He tapped a console, and the main screen filled with Izuku Midoriya's impossible feats. The room was silent as they watched the footage again. The silent takedowns, the quadrupedal run, the savage destruction of the zero-pointer, the inhuman shielding of Ochako Uraraka. "Quirk analysis is inconclusive," the agent continued, his voice tight with confusion. "No energy readings, no biological markers of a standard quirk factor. His file lists him as quirkless. It makes no sense." Suragame watched the footage of Izuku tearing the armor plate from the robot's face. He paused it, zooming in on Izuku's eyes, on the faint elongation of his canines. A flicker of understanding, cold and sharp, appeared in his own eyes. "It makes perfect sense," Suragame said softly, almost to himself. "You were looking for a quirk. You were looking for a branch on the tree of evolution. This is not a branch. This is the root." He turned to his subordinate, his gaze sharp enough to cut glass. "He is not a quirk user. He is a progenitor, a genetic throwback to a pre-quirk lineage. They were creatures of immense power, apex predators of their time, rendered all but extinct by the rise of quirks and the Orochi." The agent paled slightly. The progenitors were bogeymen, stories used to scare new recruits. Most believed them to be myths. His lineage. Suragame zoomed in again, running the boy's movements through a dozen biomechanical analysis programs. The results came back, matching against a deeply classified database. Canis dirus, the dire wolf, an alpha, by the look of it. The last of them, according to the archives. Suragame stood up, walking to the screen and placing a hand on the glass. Directly over Izuku's face, he saw not a boy, not a hero, but a force of nature that threatened the carefully constructed, quirk-centric order he had sworn to uphold. He saw a destabilizing element, a biological weapon of unimaginable potential walking around in a school uniform. "This changes things," he said, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. "A progenitor of this class, an alpha, cannot be left to its own devices. It is too unpredictable, too powerful." He turned back to his team, his eyes alight with a cold, clear purpose. "Open a new file. Asset designation. Fenrir. Priority. Alpha 1. Our objective is no longer passive observation." He looked back at the screen, at the image of Izuku Midoriya standing protectively over Ochako Uraraka, a silent king surveying his territory. "Our objective," Director Suragame declared, "is containment and study. By any means necessary." Chapter 2. The First Bond. The first day of class at UA High did not begin with a bang, but with a profound, almost unsettling silence. For Izuku Midoriya, It was a symphony of meticulously controlled anxieties. He sat at his desk, back straight, hands resting on his knees. A portrait of calm that belied the storm of sensory information flooding his being. He could smell the chalk dust clinging to the blackboard, the faint, cloying scent of hair gel from Aoyama, the sharp, sweet tang of nitroglycerin that seemed to perpetually waft from Katsuki Bakugo's pores. He could hear the frantic, hummingbird-like beat of Ochako Uraraka's heart 2 rows ahead of him, a rhythm of nervous excitement. He heard the steady, metronomic thumping in Tenya Iida's chest, a testament to his disciplined nature. And then there was Bakugo. His heartbeat was a low, guttural snarl of a thing. A caged animal pacing behind ribs of fury. His gaze was a physical weight on the side of Izuku's face, a promise of violence held in abeyance only by the flimsy rules of a classroom. Izuku didn't meet it. He didn't need to. He had felt that glare his entire life. But something had changed. The fear that used to curdle in his gut was gone, replaced by a deep, instinctual patience. A predator does not fear a noisy, posturing rival. It simply watches, and waits. The classroom door slid open with a tired groan, and a wave of new scents hit Izuku: stale coffee, sleep deprivation, and the faint, sterile smell of antiseptic eye drops. A man who looked like he'd just crawled out of a yellow sleeping bag and lost a fight with a laundry basket shuffled in. His hair was a black, chaotic mess. His eyes were bloodshot and heavy-lidded, and his capture weapon was draped around his neck like a well-worn scarf. "Took you all 8 seconds to quiet down," the man drawled, his voice a gravelly monotone that sucked the energy out of the room. "Life is not so generous. You're wasting time." He was Shota Aizawa, their homeroom teacher. There was no warm welcome, no inspiring speech. He simply ordered them to change into their gym uniforms and meet him on the field. The command was flat, absolute, and left no room for argument. As the students filed out, Aizawa's tired eyes lingered on Izuku for a fraction of a second longer than anyone else. It was a look Izuku recognized, the gaze of a veteran hunter sizing up an unknown creature that had wandered into his territory. Outside, the sun was bright, casting long shadows across the pristine training grounds. The air was clean, a welcome respite from the recycled atmosphere of the school building. Aizawa held up a small device. "We'll be conducting a quirk apprehension test," he announced, his tone suggesting this was a colossal waste of his time. "You've been taking standardized tests your whole lives, but you've never been allowed to use your quirks in physical exams. The ministry is a bunch of bureaucratic fools." A murmur of excitement rippled through the class. This was it, a chance to finally go all out. "Bakugo," Aizawa said, his gaze flicking to the explosive blonde. "You finished first in the practical exam. What was your best result for the softball throw in middle school?" Bakugo's smirk was sharp and cruel. 67 meters. "Try it with your quirk." Aizawa tossed him a softball. Bakugo stepped into the circle, a feral grin spreading across his face. He wound up, his palm crackling with miniature suns. With a deafening roar of "die," he unleashed a massive explosion, propelling the ball into the stratosphere. The blast of heat washed over the class. Aizawa's device beeped. He held it up. 705.2 meters. The class erupted. "Awesome. That's what I call a hero course." Izuku remained still, his senses cataloging the event. The spike in temperature, the smell of burnt sugar, the sharp crack of displaced air. The faint tremor in the ground. It was powerful, yes. But it was also uncontrolled. Wild. A show of force, not a demonstration of skill. "Awesome, you say." Aizawa's voice was dangerously quiet. A silken thread of menace that cut through the chatter. "You plan to spend the next 3 years here having a good time." What a joke. The one with the lowest score across all 8 tests will be judged to have no potential and will be expelled immediately. Panic. The symphony of heartbeats in the class instantly shifted from excited allegro to a frantic, discordant presto. Fear was a sharp, acrid scent that filled the air. Izuku's own heart remained a steady, powerful drumbeat. This was a test of survival. He understood that language better than any other. This was his territory. The 50-meter dash was first. Izuku watched as his classmates showcased their abilities. Iida, with his engine-powered legs, cleared it in a blistering 3.04 seconds. Asu Isuyu, used her frog-like tongue to propel herself forward. Aoyama used his naval laser as a jet, though it lacked stamina. When it was Izuku's turn, he walked to the starting line, settling into a low crouch. Not the crouch of a sprinter, but something lower, more primal. He planted his hands on the ground, his knuckles brushing the synthetic track. He wasn't going to run. He was going to pounce. The starting pistol fired. For the briefest instant, Izuku's form seemed to blur. He didn't explode forward like Iida or Bakugo. He uncoiled. 4 limbs working in perfect, fluid harmony, he covered the distance in a low, ground-eating lope that was terrifyingly fast and utterly silent. He was a gray streak, a phantom of motion. He crossed the finish line and the timer flashed. 4.13 seconds. It wasn't just fast. It was impossibly fast for someone with no visible quirk. The class stared, dumbfounded. Bakugo's face was a mask of disbelief and rage. Next was the grip strength test. The standard machine was designed for human physiology. Izuku wrapped his hand around the grip, and for a moment, did nothing. He closed his eyes, focusing on the flow of power through his sinews, the ancient strength of his bloodline. He squeezed. The digital display climbed at an impossible rate. 100 kg, 200 kg, 400 kg. It passed the 540 kg record set by a gorilla-quirked student years ago. A fine cracking sound emanated from the device as the internal mechanism strained against a force it was never designed to measure. With a final, sharp crunch, the display flickered and died, frozen at an impossible 870 kg before the internal frame gave way. He had broken it. He handed the mangled piece of equipment back to a stunned Aizawa, who simply stared at him with an unreadable expression. The standing long jump. He cleared the entire sandpit. The side-to-side steps. He was a blur, his feet barely seeming to touch the ground. Each test was the same. No flashy powers, no crackle of energy, just raw, terrifying physical prowess that defied every known law of human biology. The murmurs grew. Momo Yaoyorozu watched with an analytical frown, her mind racing to find a scientific explanation. Kyoka Jiro her jacks subtly plugged into her boots, listening, and what she heard was baffling. Midoriya's body made almost no sound. His movements were too efficient, his footfalls too light for the power he was generating. Finally, it was the ball throw. The last test. Izuku picked up the softball. It felt impossibly light in his hand, a fragile toy. He walked into the circle, the eyes of his entire class fixed on him. He could feel their confusion, their awe, their fear. He could feel Bakugo's seething hatred. And he could feel Aizawa's gaze, sharp and piercing, searching for the trick, the hidden mechanism of his power. Let them see, a voice whispered in the back of his mind. Not a human voice, but an ancient instinct. Show them what an alpha is. Aizawa's eyes narrowed, his black hair beginning to float. His capture weapon rising around him like a nest of angry snakes. His eyes glowed a malevolent red. Erasure. The ultimate nullifier for a world built on quirks. Izuku paid it no mind. His power was not a gift bestowed by a random mutation. It was his blood. It was his very being. You could not erase the wolf from the wolf. He drew his arm back, his entire body coiling like a spring. The muscles in his back and shoulders bunched, shifting under his uniform in ways that weren't quite human. A low growl rumbled in his chest, a sound that seemed to vibrate in the very bones of everyone watching. It was a sound of primal power about to be unleashed. He threw. His arm snapped forward, but the real force came from his roar. It was not a word, not a shout, but a guttural, earth-shaking bellow that tore from his throat. The sound barrier shattered in front of him, a visible cone of displaced air. The ball didn't just fly, it vanished. It was a white speck one moment and gone the next, punched through the sky with unbelievable force. The silence that followed was absolute. Aizawa stood frozen, his hair settling back around his face, his red eyes wide with something he hadn't felt in a very long time, genuine shock. His quirk had been active. He had stared directly at Midoriya, focused his power, felt it latch onto nothing. There was no quirk to erase. The power he had just witnessed was as natural to Izuku Midoriya as breathing. It was biological, and that was terrifying. His device beeped, a shrill, tinny sound in the profound quiet. He looked down. then held it up for the class to see. The screen was just an infinity symbol. The ball had never come down. The hell? Kaminari breathed. Midoriya, Iida whispered, his logical mind failing to compute the data. What are you? Izuku simply turned, his expression calm, though a faint, golden light flickered in the depths of his green eyes. He looked at Aizawa, who was now staring at him with a new, much more serious intensity. The test was over. The lesson had been learned, though not the one Aizawa had intended to teach. The class now knew they had a monster among them. The announcement for the afternoon's combat training exercise came from a booming, theatrical voice that could only belong to one man. All Might burst into the classroom in his Silver Age costume, all gleaming teeth and impossible optimism. I am here, coming through the door like a normal person. The class, with the exception of Izuku, Bakugo, and Todoroki, exploded with fanboy and fangirl glee. Izuku watched the symbol of peace, his senses telling him a different story than the one his eyes were seeing. Beneath the vibrant costume and the booming voice, All Might's breathing was shallow. His heartbeat had a faint, arrhythmic flutter. There was a scent of old, deep-seated injury and antiseptic medication clinging to him. The number one hero was a brilliant, blinding sun, but Izuku could see the shadows of its inevitable twilight. The exercise was simple, a 2-on-2 indoor battle. One team of heroes, one team of villains. The villains would be guarding a nuclear weapon prop, and the heroes had to either capture it or subdue the villains within the time limit. The teams were drawn by lot. Izuku's name was called, followed by Ochako Uraraka's. Team A. He felt a faint, instinctual pull of approval. He remembered her from the exam. Her scent was one of determination and kindness, like fresh soil and cherry blossoms. She was the one he had protected. His instincts had marked her as, not a threat. Potentially, something more. Then the opposing team was announced. Team D. Tenya Iida and Katsuki Bakugo. A collective intake of breath swept the room. Bakugo's head snapped towards Izuku, and the air temperature seemed to drop. The snarl on his face was no longer just anger, it was pure, unadulterated loathing. This wasn't a training exercise for him. This was a hunt. And Izuku, the quirkless, A-less Deku who had suddenly manifested godlike power, was his prey. You've gotta be kidding me, Kaminari muttered from the observation room a short while later. The rest of Class 1A was gathered before a bank of monitors. Watching the two teams prepare. It's like putting a rabid dog in a cage with, I don't even know what Midoriya is. A problem, Todoroki stated quietly, his eyes fixed on the screen showing Izuku. In the prep room, Ochako was practically vibrating with nervous energy. Oh man, we're up against Bakugo, and Iida too. We need a plan. Do you have a plan? Your power is so incredible. But it seems to just be physical strength, right? How will we deal with Bakugo's explosions from a distance? And Iida's speed in those narrow hallways? Izuku was quiet, his eyes closed. He was listening, not to her, but to the building itself. He could hear the faint hum of the fluorescent lights, the whisper of the ventilation system, the distant, muffled sounds of Iida and Bakugo moving on the 5th floor. He was mapping the territory in his mind. He opened his eyes, their green depths calm and clear. Bakugo is not the objective, he said, his voice a low, steady rumble. The weapon is, and Bakugo is not a strategist. He's a missile that will lock onto the first target it sees. You mean, you? Ochako asked, her eyes wide. Yes, Izuku confirmed. He will come for me, and only me. He is blind with rage. He needs to prove he is stronger. He needs to re-establish the hierarchy he's believed in his entire life. He will ignore you completely. Ochako blinked. It was a cold, brutal assessment. But it rang true. So, what's the plan? I will be the distraction. You will be the hero, Izuku said simply. He looked at her, truly looked at her, and his gaze was intense, unwavering. I will keep him busy. You will find the weapon. Iida will be guarding it, but he is predictable. He follows rules. He will not leave his post. You are our win condition, Uraraka. Her heart did a little flip-flop. No one had ever spoken to her with such absolute confidence. He wasn't asking her if she could do it, he was telling her she would. Oh okay, I can do that. Good, Izuku said. He held up a hand. When the time is right, you will feel it. Trust that feeling. Trust me. The buzzer sounded. The match began. They entered the building through a ground floor window, moving in a low crouch. The air inside was stale and cool. Izuku moved with a silence that was unnerving, his feet making no sound on the concrete floor. It didn't take long. A sharp, explosive boom echoed from down the hallway. A wave of superheated air and smoke washed over them as Bakugo came screaming around the corner, propelled by his explosions, his face a mask of feral fury. Deku, you quirkless bastard, I'll show you what a real power looks like. Izuku reacted before the sound had even finished echoing. He shoved Ochako behind him, shielding her with his body as he met the attack. He didn't brace for it. He flowed with it. He dropped to one knee, letting the main force of the blast surge over him, and used his hand to push off the wall, spinning away from the epicenter. The hallway wall where he'd been standing was now a blackened crater. Go, Izuku ordered, his voice a low growl. He didn't even look at her. His eyes, now glowing with a faint golden light, were locked on Bakugo. Ochako didn't hesitate. She trusted him. She ran, heading for the stairwell as Izuku had instructed. Bakugo ignored her completely. His world had narrowed to a single target. Don't you dare look down on me, he roared, unleashing another volley of explosions. What followed wasn't a fight. It was a chase. Izuku moved with a fluid, animalistic grace that was mesmerizing to watch on the monitors. He didn't run in straight lines. He used the walls, the ceiling, the floor, bounding from surface to surface with impossible agility. He was a parkour artist, a gymnast, and a predator all rolled into one. Bakugo's explosions, powerful but clumsy, repeatedly struck empty air, demolishing the building around them. He's playing with him, Kirishima said in awe from the observation deck. No, Momo corrected, her brow furrowed in concentration. He is learning. Watch his movements. He is mapping Bakugo's attack patterns, his timing, the refractory period between his biggest blasts. He is treating this like a hunt. Meanwhile, Ochako had reached the 5th floor. Just as Izuku predicted, Iida was there, guarding the bomb prop, monologuing to himself about the nature of villainy. She hid behind a pillar. Her heart pounding. She could hear the distant, rhythmic explosions from the battle below. She had to do this. For her team. For Midoriya. Downstairs, Izuku decided he had seen enough. Bakugo was predictable. All rage, no finesse. As Bakugo lunged for a massive right hook, his palm already sparking, Izuku dropped low, sweeping Bakugo's legs out from under him. The explosive blonde crashed to the ground, his blast going wide and taking out a chunk of the ceiling. Izuku was on him in an instant, but not to attack. He vaulted over him, using Bakugo's back as a springboard, and continued down the hallway, drawing him further and further away from the stairwell, further away from Ochako. Get back here and fight me, Deku! Bakugo screamed, his voice raw with frustration. On the 5th floor, Ochako was struggling. Iida's speed was too much. She couldn't get close to the weapon without him intercepting her. She tried to make him float, but he was too fast to touch. She was getting desperate. She could feel the time ticking away. Izuku felt it too. Through the vibrations in the floor, through the subtle shifts in airflow, he felt her rising panic. She was his packmate. She was in distress, and a primal, instinctual part of him rose to the surface. He stopped his retreat. He stood in the middle of a wrecked hallway, turning to face the charging Bakugo. He closed his eyes, his posture relaxing. Protect the pack. A low, resonant hum began to emanate from his chest. It was subsonic, a frequency felt more than heard. In the observation room, Jiro's eyes widened. Her jacks picking up the strange, powerful vibration. What is that sound? She whispered. On the 5th floor, Ochako gasped. A sudden wave of warmth and energy washed through her, chasing away her fear and fatigue. Her senses exploded. Suddenly, she was hyper-aware of everything. The exact distance to Iida, the precise velocity of his movements, the weak points in his villainous patrol pattern. And overlaid on it all was a feeling, an understanding that wasn't hers. It was a tactical map, a hunter's view of the battlefield. It was Izuku's consciousness, bleeding into hers. She saw what he wanted her to do. It was a plan of beautiful, brutal simplicity. And she knew, with a certainty that defied logic, that it would work. This was the first pack bond. The forging of a link, not of mind control, but of shared instinct and purpose. Empowered, Ochako moved. She no longer tried to touch Iida. Instead, she slapped her hands on the floor, activating her quirk. Release. She did it again and again, touching broken chunks of drywall, shattered pipes, pieces of rebar from the holes Bakugo had blasted. They all became weightless. Iida, confused by her sudden change in tactics, paused. What is this foolishness? Your attacks are pointless. Below, Izuku's eyes snapped open. The golden light within them was now a brilliant, burning gold. He met Bakugo's charge head-on. As Bakugo swung, Izuku moved. He ducked under the explosive punch, the heat scorching his hair, and slammed his capture tape-wrapped fist not into Bakugo's face, but into the wall beside him. The concrete spider webbed. At that exact moment, Ochako clapped her hands together upstairs. Meteor shower. All the debris she had made weightless came crashing down. The ceiling above Iida and the weapon became a deadly hailstorm of concrete and steel. Iida yelped, forced to use his super speed to dodge the falling wreckage, his attention completely diverted from the weapon. It was the opening Ochako needed. She launched herself through the chaos, her movements guided by the shared instinct from Izuku. She soared over Iida's head, her body light and graceful, and slapped her hands firmly on the paper match bomb. Weapon secured, she yelled, her voice filled with triumph. A moment later, All Might's voice boomed over the intercom. Here team, we ends. Downstairs, the fight came to an abrupt end. Bakugo froze, the announcement echoing in the ruined hallway. He had lost to Deku, to Uraraka. He was so focused on Izuku that he had completely forgotten the objective. He had failed. He turned to face Izuku, his expression one of pure, uncomprehending fury. But the look on Izuku's face stopped him cold. There was no triumph, no gloating smirk. There was only a calm, predatory stillness. Izuku took a step forward, his golden eyes pinning Bakugo in place. The fight wasn't over. Not for the Alpha. The objective was won, but dominance had not yet been established. Izuku moved. It was too fast for Bakugo to even register. One moment he was standing 10 feet away, the next he was on top of him. He slammed Bakugo against the wall, one forearm pressed against his throat, cutting off his enraged shout. His other hand pinned Bakugo's sparking palm against the concrete. The fight was short, brutal, and utterly one-sided. Izuku didn't just overpower him with strength. He moved with a chilling efficiency that dismantled Bakugo's entire fighting style. He used Bakugo's rage, his forward momentum, against him. He leaned in close, his face inches from Bakugo's. The golden glow in his eyes was hypnotic. A low, menacing growl rumbled in his chest, a sound that bypassed the ears and vibrated deep in Bakugo's bones, awakening a primal terror he never knew he possessed. You are loud, Izuku growled, his voice dangerously soft. You are powerful, but you are clumsy. You hunt with your rage, and it makes you blind. He pressed his arm harder against Bakugo's throat, forcing him to meet his gaze. You are not the apex predator here. He held him there for a long second, letting the reality of his utter defeat sink in. Then, just as quickly, he released him. Bakugo slumped to the floor, gasping for air, his body trembling with a mixture of rage, humiliation, and that new, terrifying feeling. Fear. He had been dominated, completely. Izuku turned and walked away without a backward glance, leaving his childhood rival broken in the ruins of his own making. After the exercise, Izuku found Ochako sitting on a bench outside, staring at her hands. She looked up as he approached, a troubled and odd expression on her face. Midoriya, what was that? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. In the building, I don't know. I just knew what to do. It was like you were in my head. But not. It was warm. I felt so strong, so sure. Izuku sat down beside her, the primal glow in his eyes faded, leaving them a gentle forest green once more. He looked at his own hands, trying to find the words. How could he explain an instinct older than language? I don't know how to explain it fully, he began, his voice quiet and honest. It's not a quirk. It's me. All I know is that you were in trouble. I saw you as one of my own. He looked at her, his gaze sincere and deeply protective. "You're part of my pack now, Uraraka. I had to protect you. And when a member of my pack is in danger, I want to share my strength with them. I need them to survive." Pack. The word settled over Ochako, feeling strangely right. It wasn't a confession of love, or even friendship as she knew it. It was something deeper, more fundamental. A declaration of loyalty, a promise of protection. She looked at him, at this boy who was both gentle and terrifying, and she wasn't afraid. She felt safe. Incredibly, profoundly safe. "Your pack," she repeated softly, a small smile touching her lips. "Okay, I think I like the sound of that." The bond between them, foe, RGED in the heat of battle and solidified in a quiet moment of understanding, settled into place. She was the first, the heart of the pack to come. In the observation room, the other students were processing the shocking outcome. All Might was giving a stilted, uneasy review of the match, praising Ochako's quick thinking and Izuku's unusual tactics, while pointedly ignoring the brutal takedown of Bakugo at the end. Momo Yaoyorozu was re-watching the footage of Team A's coordinated final move, her expression one of intense intellectual frustration. Their synergy was flawless, she murmured to Jiro beside her. But it makes no sense. There were no verbal cues. No hand signals. Uraraka initiated her final attack the exact moment Midoriya engaged Bakugo downstairs. The timing is statistica, LLY impossible without some form of direct communication. There was communication, Jiro said, unplugging her jacks from the console. Just not the kind we're used to. Right before it happened, I heard a sound from Midoriya. A really low-frequency hum. It was powerful, resonant. I think he somehow broadcast his intentions to her. The idea was so outlandish it should have been laughable. But after seeing what Izuku had done all day, it felt chillingly plausible. They had witnessed something new. Something ancient. Miles away, in a sterile, white room deep beneath the headquarters of the Public Hero Safety Commission. Director Kenji Suragame watched the same footage on a massive screen. His face, a sterner, more ruthless version of his police chief brother's, was impassive. Beside him stood a woman in a featureless black tactical suit, her face hidden by a helmet. "Report from the asset at UA is confirmed, sir," an analyst said from a nearby console. "The subject, Izuku Midoriya, is a confirmed progenitor. And as you can see, his abilities are developing at an alarming rate." Suragame steepled his fingers, his cold eyes fixed on the screen as Izuku pinned Bakugo to the wall. He wasn't watching the physical dominance. He was watching the brief, almost imperceptible link of energy that had flared between Izuku and Ochako moments before. Their instruments had caught it, a bioenergetic resonance that defied explanation by quirk science. The report mentioned a bonding ability, Suragame said, his voice a low, dangerous monotone. "Yes, sir," the analyst confirmed. Pulling up a new data stream. The agent speculates it's a method of influence. A way to create loyalty and coordinate action non-verbally. A pack-forming instinct. Suragame's eyes narrowed. Control. Influence. Pack-forming. In his mind, these were just sanitized terms for a private army. A boy with the power of a demigod who could command unwavering loyalty in others was not a hero. He was a king, a warlord, a destabilizing force that threatened the very foundation of their carefully controlled, quirk-centric society. He was the greatest threat to national security since the rise of All for One. Passive observation is no longer sufficient, Suragame declared, his voice leaving no room for debate. He turned his gaze from the screen to the silent, helmeted woman beside him. "Agent Talon, sir," the woman replied, her voice filtered through a vocoder, devoid of all emotion. "The subject's threat level is now designated Alpha Prime. He is to be considered a Priority 1 target. Prepare your unit. We will no longer simply watch. The next time he provides us with an opportunity, we will intervene. We will sever his bonds, and we will contain the asset." He turned back to the screen, where a smiling Izuku Midoriya was helping Ochako Uraraka to her feet. The image of the two young, triumphant heroes filled the screen. "For the good of the nation," Suragame added quietly, a chilling finality in his tone. "The monster must be leashed." Chapter 3. The Unforeseen Territory. The journey to the unforeseen simulation joint was a microcosm of Class 1A's nascent dynamic. A low, energetic thrum of chatter filled the bus, a stark contrast to the quiet, predatory stillness that Izuku Midoriya embodied. He sat near the window, not looking out at the passing cityscape, but rather inward, cataloging the sensory input that was his constant companion. The rhythmic pulse of 20 heartbeats, each a unique staccato against the bass drum of the bus's engine. The scent of Kirishima's hair gel, Mina's bubble gum lip balm, Bakugo's faint, ever-present aroma of burnt sugar and rage. He could feel the slight shift in air pressure as they passed under a bridge, a sensation most would dismiss, but one he registered as a change in his environment. His pack was close. Ochako was seated 2 rows ahead, her presence a warm, steady glow in his mind's eye, a connect. Chion forged in the crucible of the entrance exam and solidified in the heat of combat training. It was a silent, comforting hum at the base of his skull, a tether that assured him of her well-being. He could feel her excitement, a bubbly, effervescent thing that was so quintessentially her. Midoriya, your quirk is a lot like All Might's, huh? Tsuyu Asui's blunt observation cut through the noise, her voice a placid croak. Izuku turned his head slowly, his golden eyes meeting hers. He didn't tense, didn't react with the flustered panic that might have characterized him a year ago. That boy was a ghost, a shed skin. The alpha did not fluster. It's not a quirk, he stated simply, his voice a low rumble that carried effortlessly over the din. The small pocket of conversation around them died down. It's my bloodline. Kirishima, ever eager, leaned over his seat. Whoa, seriously, so it's like a mutation that's been in your family. So manly, but if it's not a quirk, then how come it's so powerful? Some things are older than quirks, Izuku replied, his gaze distant. It was the simplest explanation, the only one he could give without delving into a history of moonlight hunts and blood oaths that the modern world had long forgotten. He could feel Bakugo's glare burning into the side of his head, a familiar sensation of heated resentment. The explosive teen still couldn't recon. The quirkless Deku, of his childhood with the silent, formidable predator who had dismantled him in training. The cognitive dissonance was eating him alive, and Izuku could smell the acidic burn of his frustration. Aizawa, a mummified presence at the front of the bus, finally spoke, his tired voice silencing the last of the chatter. We're here. Look sharp. The USJ loomed before them, a colossal dome that promised wonders and challenges. Stepping off the bus, Izuku's senses were immediately flooded. The controlled humidity, the scent of chlorinated water, rich soil, and a dozen other artificial biomes all hitting him at once. It was a cacophony, but one his mind began to sort and file with practiced ease. This was a new territory. Vast, complex, and full of unknown variables. His instincts, dormant during the mundane bus ride, began to awaken, a low thrum of awareness spreading through him. Inside, they were greeted by the space hero, 13. The hero's bubbly, almost cartoonish demeanor was a strange counterpoint to the sheer scale of the facility. As 13 began their speech about the dangers of quirks and the importance of using them to save people, Izuku found his attention drifting. It wasn't disrespect, it was a primal unease. Something was wrong. A subtle shift in the air, a drop in barometric pressure that had no natural cause inside the climate-controlled dome. A faint, almost subliminal scent of ozone and something else, something sterile and wrong, like burnt plastic and decay. His eyes scanned the central plaza below, the fountain sputtering peacefully. But his hearing, far beyond human range, picked up a low-frequency hum emanating from the plaza's center. It was a sound that didn't belong, the sound of immense energy gathering. Aizawa-sensei. Izuku's voice was low, cutting through 13's speech. Aizawa's head snapped toward him, recognizing the utter lack of frivolity in his tone. Something's coming. Before the teacher could question him, the hum spiked. The lights flickered, and the fountain in the plaza below sputtered and died. From the center of the plaza, a swirling vortex of black and purple mist bled into existence. A cancerous wound in the fabric of reality. It expanded rapidly, and from its depths, figures began to emerge. Dozens of them, ragged, misshapen, their eyes glinting with malice. The ambient noise of the facility was replaced by a sudden, deafening silence from the students. Then, a single, horrifying figure shambled out last. A lanky man covered in dismembered hands, his posture a contorted question mark of malevolence. And beside him, a hulking behemoth of dark muscle and exposed brain, its eyes vacant and staring. A monster born in a laboratory. "Stay back," Aizawa commanded, his capture. Weapon unfurling around him like a nest of serpents. 13. Protect the students. Kaminari, try to contact the school. His eyes, now glowing a furious red, were locked on the horde below. Those are real villains. Izuku's world narrowed. The chattering students, the grand dome, the lesson plans, it all evaporated. There was only the territory, the intruders, and the pack. His posture shifted, dropping into a low, predatory crouch. A deep growl, more felt than heard, rumbled in his chest. This was an invasion, an unacceptable breach. As the villain made of mist, Kurogiri, spoke of their mission to kill All Might. Izuku's focus remained locked on the immediate threat. The mist villain moved with impossible speed, expanding to envelop them. "Scatter and run." "No," Kurogiri's voice echoed, smooth and chilling. "I will scatter you and kill you." Darkness erupted. Izuku felt a powerful, disorienting force seize him. He reached out instinctively for Ochako, but she was already gone. Swallowed by the purple-black fog. The tether in his mind stretched taut, a cord of sudden, sharp anxiety, but it didn't break. He knew she was alive, but she was separated. Unacceptable. He landed with a heavy splash in cool water. The shipwreck zone. The scent of salt and decay filled his nostrils. He surfaced instantly, his golden eyes glowing with fierce intensity in the dim light. A massive boat, listing to one side, dominated the artificial lake. In the water around him were villains, their faces twisted into ugly, predatory grins, their quirks manifesting. One had a shark's head, another gilled skin. They looked like rejects from a deep-sea horror film. Well, what have we got here? A little guppy, all alone, one of them sneered, swimming closer. Izuku didn't answer. He simply tilted his head, his senses mapping the area. He felt two other presences nearby. One was the steady, calm heartbeat of Tsuyu Asui, clinging to the side of the ship. The other was the frantic, panicked thrumming of Minoru Mineta's heart, a rabbit caught in a trap. They were part of his territory, under his protection. "He's just a kid. Let's get this over with," another villain said, lunging at him with webbed claws. The water barely rippled. Izuku moved with a fluidity that was utterly inhuman. He dipped below the surface, his body a torpedo of muscle. Before the villain could even register his disappearance, Izuku was behind him. He didn't punch. He grabbed the villain's head, his grip like iron, and slammed it into the steel hull of the ship. The clang echoed across the water, followed by the sight of the villain floating unconscious, a trail of bubbles escaping his lips. The others froze, their confident sneers wiped from their faces. "What the hell?" Izuku surfaced, water streaming from his dark green hair. His eyes were cold, ancient things. He was no longer a student. He was an apex predator, and these fools had just invaded his hunting grounds. "Tsuyu." His voice was a low command that carried across the water. "Get Mineta onto the ship. Now." "Ribbit." "Right," she replied, her long tongue shooting out to grab the crying Mineta and haul him aboard. She was scared, but her pragmatism overrode her fear. She recognized the authority in his voice. With his charges momentarily safe, Izuku turned his attention to the remaining villains in the water. They numbered close to a dozen. He could smell their fear now, a sharp, coppery scent that mingled with the salt. It was an intoxicating perfume. He began to hunt. He moved through the water like a caiman, a creature of silent, explosive violence. He used the murky depths for cover, his heightened senses allowing him to track every enemy's movement, every panicked heartbeat. One by one, he took them out with brutal efficiency. A leg twisted at an unnatural angle. A head driven into a support pillar. A pressure point strike to the neck that induced instant paralysis. It was not a fight, it was a culling. He didn't use flashy moves. Just pure, primal strength and a terrifying understanding of anatomy. He was disabling them, not killing them, but his methods were borderline savage. From the deck of the ship, Tsuyu and Mineta watched in horrified awe. He's not even struggling, Tsuyu murmured, her wide eyes reflecting the dark water. "He's a monster," Mineta shrieked, tears and snot running down his face. "We're gonna die. That's not Midoriya. That's a demon." Within 2 minutes, the water was still, littered with the groaning, unconscious bodies of the villains. Izuku vault. Ed from the water onto the deck in a single, powerful leap, landing in a crouch without a sound. He shook his head like a dog, spraying water everywhere. "Are you both unharmed?" he asked, his golden gaze sweeping over them. We're fine, Ribbit," Suyu managed. Izuku nodded, his attention already elsewhere. He closed his eyes, extending his senses beyond the shipwreck zone. The sounds of battle echoed from all over the dome. Explosions from Bakugo's location. The crackle of ice from Todoroki's. The frantic shouts of his other classmates. He could feel Ochako's presence, a distant but steady warmth in the landslide zone. She was with Iida. They were holding their own. Good. But it was the central plaza that drew his focus. A maelstrom of violence and despair. And at its heart, a single, fading rhythm. Aizawa. His teacher's heartbeat was growing weaker, more erratic. It was being drowned out by something else, a sound that made the fine hairs on Izuku's arms stand up. A discordant, unnatural thrumming. A heartbeat that wasn't a heartbeat. The Nomu. And he could smell it. Blood. Aizawa's blood. A low, guttural snarl escaped Izuku's lips, a sound of pure, unrestrained fury. The protector of the territory was falling. The pack's guardian was being broken. This was the ultimate transgression. "We need to get to the plaza," he said, his voice dropping an octave, taking on a hard, dangerous edge. "Aizawa-sensei is in trouble." "What? No way," Mineta screamed. "We need to wait for the pros. That monster down there, it was fighting Mr. Aizawa. We'll be killed. Stay here if you want," Izuku said, not even looking at him. His gaze was fixed on the distant plaza. "I'm not leaving one of my own to die." He looked at Suyu. "Watch him." Before she could reply, he was gone. He leapt from the deck of the ship, clearing a massive gap of water to land on the shore. He didn't run. He flowed. His body was low to the ground, his movements a blur of green and black as he crossed the distance to the central plaza, his powerful legs eating up the ground. The minor villains still milling about saw him coming, a terrifying apparition of focused rage, and they scrambled out of his way. Their own survival instincts screaming at them to avoid the oncoming predator. He burst into the central plaza and the scene that greeted him sent a bolt of white-hot fire through his veins. Aizawa was a broken mess on the ground. One arm was twisted at a sickening angle, his skull was bleeding freely into the dust, and the hulking, bird-like Nomu had him pinned, its massive fingers digging into his flesh. The thing was systematically, brutally, breaking him apart. Shigaraki, the man-child covered in hands, was scratching his neck with glee, cackling. "You're so cool, Eraserhead. So cool, but you're no match for my Nomu. He's a bio-engineered anti-symbol of peace. He's here to kill All Might." Shigaraki paused, looking down at Aizawa's shattered elbow. "But I guess we can start with you." The Nomu raised a fist, preparing to deliver the final, crushing blow. Izuku didn't shout. He didn't announce his presence. He attacked. He exploded from the edge of the plaza like a cannonball. A guttural roar tearing from his throat. The sound was not human. It was the challenge of a territorial beast, a sound of pure, unadulterated killing intent. Shigaraki and Kurogiri spun around, their eyes wide with shock. They hadn't even sensed him. Izuku slammed into the Nomu's side with the force of a truck. The creature was immensely heavy and strong, but the sheer momentum of Izuku's charge was enough to send it stumbling back, its grip on Aizawa finally broken. Izuku landed in a crouch over his teacher's broken body, placing himself between the villains and his fallen mentor. His body had changed. It was subtle, but terrifyingly noticeable. His muscles were coiled and dense, his fingers tipped with thick, black claws that had torn through his gloves. His canines were elongated, peeking past his lips as he snarled. And his eyes were no longer just golden, they were blazing suns of primal fury. "Another player," Shigaraki rasped, scratching his neck furiously. "Who is this NPC? He wasn't on the roster." "Impressive speed," Kurogiri noted, his misty form wavering. "He moved faster than I could track." Izuku ignored them. His attention was solely on the Nomu, which had righted itself and was staring at him with those same dead, vacant eyes. The thing was a puppet of flesh and bone. An abomination. His instincts screamed at him to tear it limb from limb. "Nomu," Shigaraki commanded, pointing a finger. "Kill him." The clash was instantaneous and apocalyptic. The Nomu charged, a silent juggernaut of destruction. Izuku met it head-on. Their fists connected with a sound like thunder cracking, a shockwave of force blasting dust and debris outwards. Izuku was thrown back several feet, his arm screaming in protest, but the Nomu was also staggered, its arm vibrating from the impact. It had shock absorption, but it wasn't perfect. Izuku's strength was different. It wasn't just brute force, it was a primal, kinetic power that seemed to bypass conventional defenses. Striking at a more fundamental level, the Nomu recovered and swung again, a wild, clubbing blow that could shatter concrete. Izuku ducked under it, his movements fluid and economical. He wasn't trying to match the monster's strength, he was trying to dismantle it. His claws raked across the Nomu's leg, tearing through the tough hide and gouging deep furrows in the muscle beneath. The creature didn't even flinch, the wounds closing up almost as fast as he made them. Super regeneration. Just like him. It's no use. Shigaraki cackled. Nomu has shock absorption and super regeneration. You can't hurt him. Izuku didn't listen. He wasn't fighting like a hero student. He was fighting like a wolf. He targeted the joints, the eyes, the throat. He moved in a whirlwind of dodges, weaves, and savage counter-attacks. He ripped at the exposed brain, only for the Nomu to swat him away like a fly. He was slammed into the ground, the impact cracking the flagstones beneath him. He was up in a second. A dislocated shoulder snapping back into place with an audible pop, the wound on his cheek already steaming as it healed. He was fast, he was strong, he was regenerating, but he was losing. The Nomu was a wall. A purpose-built engine of destruction that felt no pain and had no sense of self-preservation. It just kept coming, its blows shaking the very foundations of the building. From the entrance, watching from the top of the stairs, Momo Yaoyorozu and Kyokujiro could only stare in terror. They had been near the entrance when Kurogiri attacked and had managed to evade being warped. They watched now as their classmate, the quiet, confident boy who'd shattered records without a quirk, fought a life-or-death battle against a monster that had effortlessly crushed their teacher. Momo's mind, usually a brilliant whirlwind of tactical possibilities and molecular structures, was frozen. Her hands trembled. She could create a cannon, a shield, anything, but what good would it do? The scale of this violence was beyond anything she had ever prepared for. She felt useless, a liability. Jiro was in a similar state of shock, but for her, it was auditory. Her sensitive ears were being assaulted. The wet, sickening crunches of the Nomu's blows, the terrifying snarls ripping from Izuku's throat, the frantic, scraping sound of Shigaraki's scratching, and worst of all, the powerful, rhythmic thump-thump of Izuku's heart, a frantic war drum that was slowly beginning to strain. She felt every blow he took as a spike of sympathetic sonic agony. He's going to die, Jiro whispered. Her face pale. Shigaraki was getting bored. This is getting tedious. Nomu, stop playing with him. Finish him, then go after the others. Let's raise the stakes. The Nomu's head snapped around, its dead eyes locking onto the group of students at the entrance. It saw easier prey. With a guttural shriek, it abandoned its fight with Izuku and launched itself, a dark meteor of muscle, directly towards Momo and Jiro. Time seemed to slow down. Momo saw the monster coming, a mountain of death that would obliterate them in an instant. She was paralyzed by fear. Jiro tried to scream, but the sound was trapped in her throat. There was no time to run, no time to think. This was it, but they had forgotten the alpha. A blur of green intercepted the Nomu mid-flight. Izuku, pushing his body far beyond its limits, had thrown himself into the path of the attack. He met the Nomu with a desperate, two-handed block, his arms screaming as bones fractured under the immense force. He couldn't stop its momentum entirely. He was driven backward, his feet gouging trenches in the stone floor, before being slammed violently into the ground right in front of the petrified girls. The impact was sickening, a wet crunch that echoed in the sudden silence. Izuku lay in a small crater of his own making, his body twisted, his arms clearly broken. The Nomu stood over him, raising its fist for the final blow. He coughed, blood spattering on the stone. But he wasn't looking at the Nomu. He was looking up, past the monster, at Momo and Jiro. His blazing golden eyes met theirs. In them, they saw no fear, no despair. Only a fierce, unwavering, absolute determination. The protector had put himself between the threat and the pack. And then, something happened. It wasn't a sound. It wasn't a light. It was a feeling. A silent call that resonated not in their ears, but in the very core of their beings. It was a wave of warmth, of strength, of unwavering certainty that washed over them, extinguishing the cold fire of their terror. Mine. The word echoed in their souls, a possessive, protective declaration that was as old as life itself. For Momo, the world snapped into focus with crystalline clarity. The fear that had paralyzed her mind shattered, replaced by an icy calm. The chaotic battlefield was no longer a terrifying mess, it was a schematic. She saw the Nomu's position, Shigaraki's blind spots, Kurogiri's slow-forming mist. Her quirk, which had felt so inadequate moments before, was now a limitless arsenal. The surge of energy flowing into her from some unknown source made her feel powerful, capable. An instinctive understanding flooded her mind. Forge. Create what the pack needs to survive. For Jiro, the auditory chaos transformed. The painful, overwhelming noise filtered itself into pure information. The thud of Izuku's rapidly healing heart became a steadying rhythm. The Nomu's movements created distinct sonic signatures, telegraphing its intent. The air currents whispered Kurogiri's location. Her connection to Izuku wasn't just a feeling, her senses were literally syncing with his. She could hear what he heard, feel the vibrations in the ground as he did. The fear was gone, replaced by a hunter's focus. Listen, sense the threats, be the pack's eyes and ears. They felt the bond snap into place, a tangible, living connection to Izuku and, through him, a faint, warm echo of another girl, somewhere far away in the dome. They were no longer two scared students. They were part of something greater. They were part of a pack. Now, Izuku grunted from the ground, his arms already beginning to knit back together with sickening speed. They didn't need to be told twice. Their actions were immediate, perfectly synchronized, born of an instinct they didn't know they possessed. Jiro slapped her hands to her boots, plugging her earphone jacks into the ground. Heartbeat amplifier, she yelled, but the words were for the villains, not her packmates. She sent a massive pulse of her own heartbeat into the stone, not as a broad attack, but as a focused sonar. Left leg, she shouted, her voice laced with newfound confidence. It has a microfracture from his first hit. It's a structural weak point. Simultaneously, Momo's hands were a blur of creation. Her uniform peeled back as a massive, dark object took shape. It wasn't a cannon or a shield. It was a high-tensile, insulated tungsten net, weighted and perfectly balanced. On my mark, she commanded. The Nomu, momentarily confused by the sudden defiance, brought its fist down on Izuku. But Izuku was already moving. He rolled aside, his arms still healing but functional enough, and his claws tore into the back of the Nomu's knee, targeting the exact weak point Jiro had identified. The monster roared in frustration, its leg buckling slightly. Mark! Momo screamed, and with a powerful heave, she threw the net. It unfurled in the air, a perfect throw that enveloped the stumbling Nomu. Shigaraki! Jiro yelled, her jacks still in the ground. Behind you, 10 meters, to your left. Shigaraki spun, confused, just as Momo finished her second creation, a military-grade flashbang grenade. She tossed it perfectly, and it detonated right at his feet. The villain screamed, stumbling back, his vision and hearing momentarily blasted. The trio worked as one mind in 3 bodies. Izuku used the Nomu's entanglement and Shigaraki's disorientation to press the attack. He leapt onto the netted monster's back, his claws digging in for purchase. He wasn't trying to kill it. He was trying to cripple it. He drove his claws deep into the creature's shoulders, seeking the nerve clusters and tendons. Jiro, meanwhile, kept up a constant stream of disorienting, high-frequency sonic bursts aimed at the Nomu's exposed brain, causing it to twitch and shudder uncontrollably. Momo, her mind now working at lightning speed, was already creating caltrops and a taser rod, controlling the battlefield, denying the villains any room to maneuver. They couldn't defeat it. The Nomu's strength was still overwhelming, and it began to tear through the tungsten net. But they were holding it. The 3 of them, through a synergy that should have been impossible, were fighting the anti-symbol of peace to a standstill. Shigaraki, recovering his senses, stared at them, his eyes wide with disbelief and rage. "Cheaters!" he shrieked, scratching his neck so hard he drew blood. "You're all using cheats. This isn't how the game is supposed to be played." It was then that the doors to the USJ were blown off their hinges. A colossal figure stood silhouetted in the doorway, his iconic silhouette unmistakable even in the smoke. "It is fine now," a booming voice declared. "For I am here." All Might had arrived, but the trademark smile was gone from his face. It was replaced by a look of incandescent fury. He took in the scene in an instant. A broken Aizawa, a terrified group of students, the League of Villains. And his successor, battered and bleeding but standing defiant with two of his classmates against a monster of unimaginable power. He saw their impossible teamwork, the way they moved without looking, anticipating each other's actions. He felt the sheer, oppressive pressure radiating from Midoriya, an aura of primal authority that All Might, a wielder of a power passed through generations, could recognize on an instinctual level. The battle that followed was legendary, but for Izuku, Momo, and Jiro, their part was done. As All Might engaged the Nomu in a cataclysmic battle that shook the entire dome, they moved to a defensive position, shielding the injured Aizawa. The bond between them still thrummed, a warm and living thing. They stood shoulder to shoulder, a silent, formidable unit. Momo glanced at Jiro, who met her gaze with a small, exhausted nod. Jiro looked at Izuku, who stood as their unyielding shield, his eyes still fixed on the enemy. A profound, unspoken understanding had passed between them. They had faced death together and had been forged into something new. In the aftermath, as the pros swarmed the facility and the defeated villains were rounded up, the exhaustion hit them like a physical blow. Izuku's adrenaline finally gave out, and he collapsed to one knee, his body trembling with the strain of his accelerated healing. Medics rushed to him, but Momo and Jiro were there first. "Midoriya, are you okay?" Momo asked, her voice trembling slightly, the adrenaline fading to reveal deep concern. We did it," Jiro breathed, her ears ringing. Izuku looked at them, and for the first time since the attack began, the blazing intensity in his eyes softened. He gave them a small, tired smile. "We did," he said, his voice raspy. "You were both amazing. Thank you." The three of them felt the bond between them pulse with a wave of shared relief, pride, and a deep, unshakable loyalty. From across the plaza, Ochako, now safely with the rest of the class, felt it too, a new warmth joining the network, a sense of her connection to Izuku expanding to include two others. It wasn't jealousy she felt, but a strange sense of completeness. Like missing pieces of a family had just come home. Later, resting in the infirmary, the physical wounds already mostly healed by his prodigious regeneration, Izuku finally drifted into an exhausted sleep. But his rest was not peaceful. His mind, untethered from the conscious world, plunged into a darkness far older and more terrifying than the League of Villains. He dreamt he was standing on a plain of black, cracked glass under a blood-red moon. He was not himself. He was larger, a colossal wolf with fur the color of midnight and eyes of molten gold. Around him stood a pack of similar giants, a family of dire wolves. Their presence exuding an ancient and terrible power. They were the progenitors, his ancestors. But they were afraid. Their powerful forms trembled as they stared at the horizon. From that horizon, something rose, a mountain of flesh and scales that blotted out the crimson moon. It was a serpent, but it was more. It had 8 heads, each one crowned with horns of obsidian. Each pair of eyes burning with a malevolent, ancient intelligence. Its hisses were the sound of grinding continents, it sent the smell of planetary decay. The Orochi, the eternal enemy, the beast that had devoured his entire lineage. In the dream, the giant wolves held a challenge, a chorus of defiance against extinction. They charged. The battle was an apocalypse of fang, claw, and venom. But it was a slaughter. The Orochi's head struck like lightning, its jaws crushing the life from his ancestors, its venomous breath turning the mighty wolves to dust. Izuku, in his dream form, was the last one standing. The last alpha. He roared his grief and fury at the multi-headed beast. One of the serpent's heads turned to him, its vast, slitted eye filling his vision. It didn't look at him with hatred. It looked at him with a chilling, possessive hunger. "I smell you," a voice hissed, not through the air, but directly inside his skull, a voice made of a billion dying screams. The last little morsel. At last, Izuku woke with a choked gasp, sitting bolt upright in the infirmary bed. His body was drenched in a cold sweat, his heart hammering against his ribs with a terror he had not felt even when facing the Nomu. The bond with his pack flared, a frantic beacon of distress in the quiet room. He could feel their distant, sleepy concern. He looked at his hands, no longer clawed, but still trembling. The League of Villains, Shigaraki, the Nomu, they were just thugs. Intruders in his territory, a problem to be dealt with. But the serpent from his dream, that was something else entirely. It was an ancient, cosmic dread that his very blood screamed at him to fear. He had won the battle for the USJ. He had protected his territory and expanded his pack. But as he stared into the darkness of the infirmary, Izuku Midoriya, the last alpha, understood with chilling certainty that the true hunt had only just begun. And he was the prey. Chapter 4. The Alpha's Arena. The waiting room designated for Class 1A was a pressure cooker of simmering anxieties, a stark contrast to the thunderous roar of the crowd that bled through the concrete walls of the UA Sports Festival Stadium. The air was thick with the scent of nervous sweat, hairspray, and the faint, metallic tang of fear. Students stretched, fidgeted, and offered last-minute words of encouragement that sounded more like prayers. Bakugo Katsuki was a contained explosion in the corner, sparks popping from his palms as he stared at a wall, his entire being vibrating with violent intent. Shoto Todoroki was an iceberg of calm on the opposite side, radiating a cold, palpable ambition, his gaze distant and focused on a victory only he could see. In the center of this maelstrom, however, was an island of tranquility. Izuku Midoriya was not stretching. He was not fidgeting. He sat on a bench, his posture relaxed but alert, a picture of predatory patience. His eyes, a deep and vibra, NT forest green with flecks of ancient gold, scanned the room, not with nervousness, but with a quiet, possessive assessment. This was his class. These were his allies, his rivals, his territory. Beside him, his pack mirrored his calm. Ochako Uraraka, no longer the nervously floating girl from the entrance exam, was grounded, her presence a warm, steady anchor. She met Izuku's gaze and offered a small, confident smile that spoke volumes. She felt the steady thrum of his presence, a low, powerful rhythm that had become as natural to her as her own heartbeat. It was a constant reassurance. You are safe, you are strong. You are mine to protect. Momo Yaoyorozu sat with a poise that was both elegant and formidable. She was reviewing tactical readouts on a tablet, but her attention was subtly tuned to Izuku. Since the USJ, the bond had settled within her, a strange and wonderful clarity. It hadn't dulled her intellect, it had sharpened it, providing an instinctual layer to her strategic mind. She could feel Izuku's awareness, a silent network connecting them, and she knew, with absolute certainty, that whatever happened today, they would have the resources to overcome it. She was the pack's forge, and her fire burned brightly with his strength. Leaning against a nearby wall, Kyokujiro had her eyes closed, one earjack plugged into the concrete. But she wasn't listening to the stadium's tremors. She was listening to the pack, to the calm, even beat of Ochako's heart, the focused hum of Momo's mind, and overarching it all, the deep, resonant drum of Izuku's life force. It was a sound that had once unnerved her, a primal power too vast to comprehend. Now, it was the sound of home. It was the baseline of their symphony, and it gave her an unparalleled sense of her surroundings. Through him, she could feel the entire room, the entire stadium, as an extension of her own senses. Everyone seems intense, Ochako murmured, her voice a low counterpoint to Bakugo's angry muttering. Izuku's lips curved into a faint smile. It's a festival. They want to prove themselves. They see each other as competition. And you don't? Jiro asked, opening one purple eye to look at him. I see them as a pack that doesn't know it's a pack yet, Izuku replied, his voice a low rumble. Today isn't about proving I'm the strongest. It's about showing them what we are. What we can be. His words settled over the three girls. Not as a boast, but as a statement of fact. They were a unit, a new kind of organism in this world of individual heroes and flashy quirks. Today was their debut. From across the room, Mina Ishida watched them, a curious glint in her alien-like eyes. She couldn't hear their quiet conversation, but she could see the energy between them, It was weird. Midori, Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, and Jiro, they moved with a strange and spoken harmony. Ever since the USJ, she'd noticed it. Little glances, movements in perfect sync, an almost eerie level of coordination. And at the center of it all was Midoriya. He wasn't the same stuttering, nervous boy she'd glimpsed on the first day. He was solid, like a mountain, a wild, untamed mountain. It was intriguing, and a little bit thrilling. The door slid open, and Iida Tenya strode in, chopping the air with rigid hands. Everyone, it is nearly time. We must conduct ourselves with the utmost dignity and represent UA with honor. His boisterous energy broke the tension for a moment, drawing scattered chuckles. But then Todoroki stood, his presence silencing the room. He walked directly toward Izuku, his mismatched eyes burning with cold fire. The pack tensed instantly. Ochako shifted, Momo's hand rested on her arm, and Jiro's earjacks subtly twitched, ready to deploy. Izuku, however, remained perfectly still, simply tilting his head as the son of Endeavor came to a stop before him. Midoriya, Todoroki's voice was flat, devoid of emotion. Objectively speaking, I am stronger than you. Izuku didn't flinch. Okay. The simple, unbothered response seemed to throw Todoroki off his rhythm. He had expected a reaction. Anger, denial, fear. He got calm acceptance. All Might has his eye on you. I'm not here to pry into that. But know this. I will beat you. I have to prove a point to my old man, and I will do it using only my mother's power. He was declaring war. The entire class felt it. But Izuku's expression remained unchanged. He looked at Todoroki, and for the first time, his golden-flecked eyes held a hint of something akin to pity. He could smell the conflict warring within the boy, the ACR. Its scent of self-loathing and rage curdling with a deep, desperate sorrow. Todoroki, Izuku said, his voice dropping to that low, resonant frequency that vibrated in one's bones. Your power is your own. Not his. Not hers. Yours. Wielding only half of it isn't a statement. It's a cage you've built for yourself. I'm not interested in fighting a caged animal. He stood, and for a moment, he seemed to tower over Todoroki, not in height, but in sheer presence. If you face me, I expect you to face me with everything you are. Otherwise, you're not just disrespecting me. You're disrespecting yourself. He then walked past the stunned boy toward the exit tunnel, his pack falling into step behind him. The rest of Class 1A watched, bewildered. They had just witnessed a declaration of war met not with a counter-declaration, but with a quiet, devastating psychoanalysis. Bakugo stared at Izuku's back, his teeth grinding. The damned Deku wasn't just strong anymore. He was confident. It was infuriating. And deep down, in a place he would never admit existed, it was terrifying. The roar of the crowd was a physical force, a tidal wave of sound that washed over them as Class 1A stepped into the sunlight of the massive arena. Present Mike's voice boomed from the speakers, hyping the crowd into a frenzy. Izuku's senses were flooded. The smell of popcorn and tens of thousands of bodies, the cacophony of cheers. The dazzling glare of the lights. He filtered it all, focusing, centering himself. Midnight, the R-rated hero and this year's chief referee, cracked her whip. All right, you little future heroes. It's time for the student pledge. This year's representative is from Class 1A, Izuku Midoriya. A murmur went through the students. Midoriya, the one who placed first in the entrance exam but whose quirk was still a complete mystery. Izuku felt Ochako give his hand a reassuring squeeze before he let go and walked toward the stage. He moved with a liquid grace, an unhurried, powerful stride that drew every eye. He didn't look nervous. He looked like he owned the ground he walked on. He reached the microphone, the stadium falling into a hushed anticipation. They expected a standard, boilerplate speech about trying one's best in the spirit of competition. Izuku took a deep breath, his scenting the air, his gaze sweeping over the assembled students from every course. He didn't just see competitors. He saw a community. He saw a future. My name is Izuku Midoriya, he began, his voice calm and clear, amplified to fill the entire stadium. It carried none of the usual teenage awkwardness. It was the voice of a leader. I'm supposed to stand up here and say something like, I pledge to do my best, or, may the best hero win. But that's not why we're here. He paused, letting the words hang in the air. We're here because the world outside these walls is dangerous. It's full of people who need help, and villains who want to hurt them. We train every day, we push ourselves, we fight each other, for what? To be number one, to get the most fame, to make the most money. His eyes found his pack in the crowd, and he saw their proud smiles. He looked at Todoroki's conflicted face, at Bakugo's simmering rage, at Ida's stoic intensity. No, he said, his voice gaining that primal resonance. We're here to learn how to protect people. All of us. Hero course, support, general studies, business, we're all part of the same ecosystem. A hero is nothing without the gear the support course builds. They're nothing without the laws the business course navigates, or society the general course students will one day lead. We are a community, a pack. He leaned closer to the mic, his golden green eyes seeming to glow. So I won't make a pledge to compete against you. I'm here to make a pledge to you. I will show you what we can do when we work together. I will show you the strength of a unified pack. And I invite all of you to show me the same. Let's make T's festival a demonstration not of individual power, but of our collective strength. Let's show the world what the next generation of heroes is truly capable of. Together, he stepped back, the silence in the stadium deafening. Then, it broke. It wasn't just cheering. It was a different kind of sound. A wave of respect. The students from the other courses, so often looked down upon, were staring at him with wide-eyed shock and dawning admiration. He hadn't declared war on them. He'd included them. He'd validated them. In the stands, the pro-heroes were murmuring amongst themselves. All Might, in his skeletal form, felt a swell of pride so intense it almost made him cough up blood. That, my boy, he thought, is the heart of a true symbol. Aizawa Shota allowed a ghost of a smile to touch his lips. Problem child. He's not just aiming to be a hero. He's aiming to change what it means to be one. And in a darkened observation room high above the stadium, Director Kenji Suragame of the AP X Control Unit watched the screen with cold, analytical eyes. He saw not an inspiring speech, but a dangerous display of influence. He's not competing, Suragame said, his voice a chilling monotone. He's recruiting. Every word is calculated to build loyalty, to create a following. His progenitor instincts are adapting to the modern world. This is more dangerous than we thought. His Pack Bond is already established with 3 classmates, sir, an analyst reported. We're flagging any others who show an unusual level of positive response to his message. Suragame's fingers steepled before him. The boy is building a private army under our very noses. His ability to influence others is the primary threat. Passive observation is over. Prepare the asset. I want our pack breaker ready for deployment. And the first event, Midnight's voice cut through the lingering buzz, is an obstacle race. The massive screen behind her displayed the rules, a 4-kilometer race around the entire stadium. With anything goes as long as you stay on the course. The students lined up at a massive gate, a bottleneck designed to cause chaos from the very beginning. Izuku stood at the front, his body a coiled spring. He could hear the frantic heartbeats around him, smell the surge of adrenaline. The starting lights flashed, red, yellow, green. The gate opened, and chaos erupted. A tide of bodies surged forward. Todoroki instantly blasted a sheet of ice, freezing the ground and trapping dozens of students, creating a clear path for himself. Bakugo used his explosions to propel himself into the air, flying over the bottleneck. Izuku did neither. The moment the gate opened, he dropped. Not to his knees, but into a low, 4-pointed stance, his knuckles grazing the ground. His movement was so sudden, so alien, that those next to him flinched back. He didn't run into the crowd, he flowed through it. He moved like water, finding the gaps, his body twisting with impossible fluidity. He wasn't just dodging people. He was anticipating their movements a fraction of a second before they happened, his primal senses mapping the chaos. He reached Todoroki's ice wall, while others struggled for footing. Izuku's fingers, unnaturally sharp, dug into the ice, and he scaled the frozen wave with the speed of a lizard, his feet finding purchase where there should have been none. Whoa, Midoriya Izuku is right behind the leaders. Present Mike screamed. He's moving like some kind of animal. He's efficient, Aizawa grumbled into his own mic. No wasted energy. He sees the quickest path, not the flashiest one. The first true obstacle loomed, the Robo Inferno. The 0-pointers from the entrance exam, along with smaller variants, blocked the path. Todoroki froze one with a massive wave of ice, creating a teetering, unstable bridge to run under. Bakugo blasted his way through the smaller bots with contemptuous ease. Izuku saw the path they didn't. He ran straight at the legs of a 0-pointer, leaping at the last second. He didn't attack it, he used it. He ran up its leg, his momentum carrying him along its chassis, a blur of green against the massive steel frame. He vaulted from its shoulder, over the heads of the smaller robots, and landed in a silent roll on the other side, not a single scrap of energy wasted on a fight that didn't matter. Next was the fall, a vast canyon connected by a series of tightropes. While others carefully balanced or used their quirks to create bridges, Izuku simply took a running start. He leapt, soaring through the air, and landed not on a rope, but on the sheer rock face of one of the pillars. His fingers and toes found microscopic holds, and he scurried across the chasm wall with the terrifying grace of a predator, his movements economical and swift. Ochako, watching from the middle of the pack, felt a surge of pride. That was her alpha, effortless, powerful, in his element. The final obstacle was the minefield. The ground was seeded with powerful explosives, their locations hidden. Students gingerly picked their way across, testing the ground. Bakugo and Todoroki were already halfway through, their lead seeming insurmountable. Izuku reached the edge of the field and stopped. He closed his eyes, his head tilting. He wasn't looking. He was listening, feeling, smelling. The disturbed earth had a different scent. The pressure of the mine mechanism created a subtle vibration in the ground, a frequency too low for normal humans to detect, but to him, it was a clear map. He dropped to all fours again. And then he moved. He didn't run. He flowed, a green streak weaving through the minefield at a dead sprint. He wasn't disarming them or avoiding them by sight. His path was a perfect, serpentine line through the gaps, guided by senses no one in the stadium could comprehend. He passed Todoroki. He passed Bakugo, who stared, jaw agape, as the quirkless freak ran through a death trap like it was an open field. He's taken the lead. Present Mike's voice cracked with disbelief. How is he doing it? It's like he knows exactly where the mines are. Izuku burst from the minefield, never breaking stride. He entered the final tunnel alone and emerged into the roar of the stadium, crossing the finish line without so much as panting. He hadn't just won. He had dominated, effortlessly, and in that was both awe-inspiring and deeply unsettling. He hadn't used a quirk. He had simply been superior. The second event was the cavalry battle. The top 42 students would form teams, with point values assigned based on their race rankings. As the first-place finisher, Izuku's point value was a staggering 10 million. He was the ultimate prize. Instantly, he was isolated. No one wanted to team with the person everyone would be gunning for. It was suicide. He watched as other teams formed, students clamoring to join Todoroki or Bakugo. He felt a warm touch on his arm. Ochako, let's do this, Izuku. Indeed, Momo said, stepping to his other side, her expression resolute. They see a target. I see an opportunity to demonstrate superior defensive strategy. A soft sound made him turn. Jiro was there, unplugging her jacks from her ears. Gonna need a lookout, she asked with a smirk. Izuku smiled, a genuine, warm expression. I was hoping you'd say that. He looked at the three of them. His pack. We don't need anyone else. His declaration was met with confused murmurs. A three-person team. They were putting themselves at a disadvantage from the start. In the Class 1B section, Itsuka Kendo watched him. She was a natural leader, a born strategist. She had already assembled her own formidable team. Midoriya's speech had resonated with her, but his performance in the obstacle race had baffled her. It defied conventional analysis. And now, a three-person team to defend 10 million points. It was either the height of arrogance or a display of confidence so absolute it was terrifying. Her analytical mind told her he was the logical target. Go for the big points early. But some deeper instinct, a feeling she couldn't name, warned her to be cautious. There was more to him than met the eye. The battle began. As Kendo predicted, it was an immediate, frenzied assault. A dozen teams charged Izuku's position at once. "They're coming," Jiro announced, her jacks already plugged into the ground, creating a sonar map of the entire arena in her mind. 3 from the left, 2 from the right with speed quirks, 1 from above. "Momo," Izuku commanded, his voice a calm epicenter in the storm. "On it." Momo was already at work, her skin shimmering. A massive, insulated shield, crafted from a tungsten alloy, materialized in Izuku's hands just in time to block a jet of acid. A volley of sticky balls from Mineta's team was met with a sheet of Teflon-coated plating that sent them sliding harmlessly away. "Ochako, left flank, 3 seconds." Izuku barked. Ochako didn't question it, she slapped her palms together, making herself weightless. Izuku, acting as the horse, spun and launched her. She sailed through the air, tapping the helmet of an surprised rider from another team, sending him floating helplessly upwards. They moved as one. It was a dance of impossible perfection. Jiro was the nervous system, detecting every threat. Momo was the armory, creating the perfect countermeasure for every attack. Ochako was the mobile offense, a zero-gravity skirmisher. And Izuku was the heart, the muscle, and the brain. He was the unbreakable foundation, his body shielding them, his strength moving them, his non-verbal commands, sent through the pack bond as pure intent, directing their every action. Bakugo's team charged, a furious whirlwind of explosions. "Deku, Jiro, sound," Izuku commanded. Jiro slammed her palms to the ground. Heartbeat cannon. A wave of focused sound blasted outwards, not deafening, but disorienting, throwing Bakugo's team off balance for a crucial second. In that second, Momo produced a thick, insulating foam that smothered Bakugo's next explosion, and Izuku pivoted, using the shield to shove them away. Next came Todoroki's team, led by Ida's Recipro Burst. They were a battering ram of ice and speed. Momo, caltrops and insulation. Ochako, debris. Momo created a swath of sharpened metal caltrops, forcing Iida to swerve, and simultaneously wrapped Izuku's legs in thick insulation against the coming ice. Ochako tapped a dozen pebbles on the ground and then released her quirk, sending a shotgun blast of floating shrapnel that forced Todoroki's team to shield themselves, breaking their momentum. They didn't steal their points. They simply neutralized them, forcing them to retreat and reconsider. It was Itsuka Kendo who finally saw it. Her team had been holding back, observing. Her eyes widened. "They're not talking," she realized. Not for the big things. The commands were clipped, but their reactions were instantaneous, sometimes even preceding the command itself. Yaoyorozu would start creating something a half-second before Midoriya called for it. Uraraka would prep her quirk as if she knew exactly where he was going to send her. It wasn't just good teamwork. It was symbiotic. "We're going in," Kendo announced to her team. But not a frontal assault. "Monoma, get ready. We need to copy a defensive quirk. Suburaba, solid air walls. We're going to box them in and test that coordination." Her team moved with practiced efficiency. They were one of the best drilled units in the festival. Suburaba created transparent walls of solid air, trying to corral Izuku's team. But it was like trying to cage the wind. Jiro's senses detected the subtle air pressure changes. Walls forming, pattern Gamma 7. She thought spoke through the bond. Izuku's mind processed it instantly. He didn't need to speak. Pure intent flooded the link. Ochako, up. Momo, pole vault. Ochako made the 3 of them weightless. Momo, already understanding, had created a long, carbon fiber pole. Izuku jammed it into the ground and vaulted them clean over the forming walls, landing softly 50 feet away. Kendo stared, dumbfounded. He had countered her strategy before it was even fully deployed. It was impossible. It was like he was reading her mind. But he wasn't looking at her. His focus was entirely on his own team. The bond between them was so strong, so absolute, that the outside world was just data to be processed and overcome. She saw the look in his eyes then. A flash of gold. He was a protector, an alpha defending his own. And in that moment, watching the flawless, silent dance of his pack, Itsuka Kendo, the acknowledged alpha of Class 1B, felt the first, unnerving pang of a different kind of instinct. It wasn't a desire to fight him. It was a strange, powerful pull to fight with him. The buzzer sounded. The battle was over. Izuku's team still had their 10 million points. They hadn't taken any others. They hadn't needed to. They had simply stood their ground and proven themselves untouchable. During the lunch break, the pack found a quiet corner away from the crowds. Momo created a comfortable bench and a container of chilled tea, her creations now coming as easily as breathing. Their coordination was impressive, she noted, analyzing the footage of Kendo's team on her tablet. Especially Class 1B, they were strategically sound. But they had to talk, Jiro added, munching on a sandwich. We just knew. It's the bond, Izuku said simply, leaning back against the wall. He felt the hum of their contentment, the pride of their shared victory. It was a feeling more satisfying than any personal achievement. A shadow fell over them. Midoriya. They looked up to see Itsuka Kendo standing there. Her expression a mixture of respect and intense curiosity. Her team was a short distance behind her, watching. Kendo. Izuku acknowledged with a nod. Your team, she said. Cutting straight to the point. Your coordination is unnatural. There's no communication lag. How? Izuku held her gaze. He couldn't tell her the truth, not fully. We trust each other, he said. Implicitly. When you trust your pack, you don't need to second guess. You just act. Kendo's eyes narrowed slightly, seizing on the word pack. He'd used it in his speech, too. It wasn't just a metaphor for him. I've never seen anything like it, she admitted. Congratulations on qualifying. You too, Izuku replied. You're a good leader. You fight for your people. I respect that. The compliment was simple, direct, and utterly sincere. It struck Kendo with more force than any physical blow. He wasn't gloating. He wasn't dismissing her. He was acknowledging her as an equal, a fellow leader. The strange pull she'd felt in the arena intensified. With a curt nod, she turned and walked away, her mind racing. High above, in his dark room, Director Saragame pointed a remote at a screen, freezing a frame that showed Izuku, Ochako, Momo, and Jiro moving in perfect unison. There, he hissed. No verbal cues. No line of sight in some cases. It's a bioenergetic link. A form of hive mind. He's not just influencing them emotionally, he's puppeteering them on an instinctual level. This is a level of control we cannot allow to exist unchecked. He turned to his aide. The asset is prepped. Yes, sir. Agent Talon is on standby. Good, Saragame said, his eyes glinting with cold purpose. This festival has provided us with all the data we need. Soon, we will sever the bonds. And we will leash the monster. The final event was a one-on-one tournament. The brackets were displayed, and a wave of excitement went through the crowd. Izuku's first match was against Hitoshi Shinso from General Studies. As they walked onto the stage, Shinso smirked. So you're the big shot from 1A. You must be pretty proud, he taunted, trying to get a verbal response. Izuku simply looked at him. He could smell the desperation and resentment rolling off the boy. He understood it, but he would not engage. His will was a fortress, an ancient, primal thing that would not be swayed by clever words. The match started. Shinso tried taunt after taunt, but Izuku remained silent, walking steadily forward. Frustrated, Shinso lunged, and Izuku sidestepped and gently pushed him out of the ring. He didn't need to hurt him. The match was over. His primal will was simply too strong to be captured by a quirk like brainwashing. He advanced through the next rounds with similar efficiency. His opponents finding themselves overwhelmed not by flashy moves, but by a relentless, intelligent pressure that exploited their every weakness. Then, the matchup everyone was waiting for was announced. For our next semifinal match. From Class 1A, he's the unstoppable juggernaut who hasn't broken a sweat, Izuku Midoriya. Versus. From Class 1B, she's the big sister with the big fists, Itsuka Kendo. As they faced each other in the arena, a tense silence fell. This was more than just a fight. It was a meeting of the two strongest leaders of the first-year class. No hard feelings, Midoriya, Kendo said, activating her quirk, her hands swelling to massive proportions. But I'm not going down without a fight. I wouldn't expect you to, Izuku replied, settling into a low crouch. The air crackled between them. The bell rang. Kendo charged, her giant fists like wrecking balls. She was fast for her size, each swing carrying immense power. Izuku didn't meet her head on. He flowed around her attacks. A green blur against the gray concrete. He was faster, more agile, his animalistic movements allowing him to evade by inches. He wasn't just dodging, he was learning. He felt the shift of air before her fist arrived, he saw the minute twitch of her shoulder muscles that telegraphed her next move, he smelled the faint spike of adrenaline when she committed to a power blow. Stand and fight, Kendo grunted, frustrated by his evasiveness. I am fighting. Izuku's voice was calm, even as he ducked under a swing that cracked the stadium floor. I'm learning your rhythm. He lunged forward, not attacking her, but her stance. He swept her leg, forcing her to stumble. As her giant hand came down to steady herself, he was already there, running up her arm, his feet light. He aimed a sharp, precise kick at the back of her neck. She grunted, her senses rattling, and swatted at him, but he was already gone, landing silently on the other side of the arena. Kendo shook her head to clear it. He was playing with her. No, not playing. He was dissecting her fighting style. He wasn't using brute force, because he respected hers. This was a battle of tactics, of wills. It was the most challenging fight of her life. She roared and came at him with a new strategy, using one giant hand for defense, a massive shield, and the other for offense. It was a smart move, covering her weaknesses. But Izuku adapted instantly. He began to target her joints, her elbows, her knees, with quick, stinging strikes, never staying in one place long enough for her to counter. Her stamina was beginning to wane. Her giant fists were powerful but taxing. His energy, however, seemed limitless. He was a predator, and he was simply wearing his prey down. She saw an opening, a feint. She swung high, and as he ducked, she brought her other fist around in a sweeping uppercut, a move designed to catch him off guard. But he wasn't there. He had anticipated it. In that split second, he had dropped and slid between her legs, emerging behind her. Before she could turn, he was on her. He didn't strike. He wrapped his arms around her torso, locked his legs around hers, and used his immense strength and her own momentum to bring her down to the ground in a controlled fall. He had her pinned. Her giant hands were useless, trapped beneath her. He was on top of her, his weight solid and immovable. His face inches from hers. She was defeated. The crowd erupted, but Izuku didn't get up. He looked her directly in the eye, his own gaze intense, not with triumph, but with genuine admiration. You're a great leader, he said, his voice low and for her alone. You fight for your pack. I respect that. He then stood and, to the shock of the entire stadium, offered her a hand. Suka Kendo stared at his outstretched hand. She had lost, but she didn't feel humiliated. She felt seen. He had fought her not as an obstacle, but as a peer. He had defeated her with strategy and respect, not with contemptuous power. She took his hand. His grip was firm, warm, and a jolt of energy shot through her arm. It was that feeling again, the same pull from the cavalry battle, but 10 times stronger. It was a sense of security, of belonging. A silent call. You are strong. You could be stronger with us. He helped her to her feet, and Midnight declared him the winner. As Kendo walked off the stage, her mind was a whirlwind. She had just been defeated, but all she could think about was the truth in his eyes, the strength in his hand, and the undeniable feeling that she had just met not a rival, but a true alpha. The seed of a new bond, planted in respect, had taken root. Later, after the festival, after his final, brutal match against a conflicted Todoroki where he forced the boy to use his flames, and a visceral, explosive battle with Bakugo that he won by asserting calm, absolute dominance, Izuku stood with his pack, watching the sunset from the stadium roof. The medals felt like trivial things. That was insane, Mina Ishido said, bouncing up to them, her energy infectious. She had made it to the quarterfinals and was buzzing. Midori, your style is so wild. The way you fought Kendo. All that weaving and pouncing. And against Bakugo. Totally savage. You've gotta teach me that. Izuku chuckled. It's just how I move, Ishido. Well, it's awesome. She grinned, punching his arm playfully. You guys were amazing too. She added, looking at Ochako, Momo, and Jiro. That cavalry battle was legendary. We're a team, Ochako said, beaming, leaning against Izuku's side. Izuku looked at them. At the loyalty in Ochako's eyes, the intellect in Momo's, the sharp awareness in Jiro's, and the new, vibrant energy Mina brought. He looked out at the sprawling city, his territory. The festival had been a challenge, a test. But his speech hadn't just been words. It was a declaration. He wasn't just a hero in training. He was an alpha, and he was building his pack. The world had seen their strength today. But he knew, with a certainty that chilled him even in the warm evening air, that they had also been seen by the things that lurked in the shadows. The hunt was far from over. It had just begun. Chapter 5. The Hunt in the Concrete Jungle. The internship selection process had been a peculiar exercise in restraint for Izuku Midoriya. Offers had flooded in AF. Tear his performance at the sports festival, a deluge of parchment and official letterheads from agencies both prestigious and obscure. Each one was a testament to his televised display of power, a power they fundamentally misunderstood. They saw a flashy, unclassified strength quirk, a powerhouse perfect for daytime television patrols and smashing through brick walls. They didn't see the truth of him. The ancient lineage thrumming in his blood, the predator's soul looking out through a boy's eyes. His pack had found their own placements with relative ease. Ochako, her popularity soaring, had accepted an offer from the Dragoon hero. Yukio, a choice Izuku's instincts had immediately approved of. Yukio was a powerful, stable figure, a territorial guardian. Ochako would be safe. Momo, with her brilliant mind and versatile quirk, had opted for the tutelage of the pro-hero Majestic, whose ability to create and manipulate ethereal energy would challenge her creativity. Kyoka had found a natural home with Gang Orca's agency, a place where teamwork and sensory prowess were paramount. They were all finding their paths, sharpening their claws under the watch of other alphas. A faint, ever-present hum of connection assured him they were well, a low-frequency thrum in his bones that was as natural as breathing. Izuku, however, needed something different. He didn't need to learn how to be a powerhouse, he was born one. He needed to learn control, precision, how to be a scalpel instead of a sledgehammer within the confines of human society. He needed to learn how to move in this concrete jungle without shattering it. That was why he'd chosen the obscure offer from the jet-propelled old hero, Gran Torino. The name meant nothing to most, but All Might's barely concealed reaction, AF. Liquor of fear and respect, had told Izuku everything. This was a true elder, a seasoned hunter who had survived long enough to grow gray. Hosu City was an assault on his senses. Where UA's campus was, a carefully curated territory of green grass and clean stone, Hosu was a chaotic labyrinth of overlapping scents, sounds, and energies. The stench of greasy street food clashed with the sharp, metallic tang of the elevated train lines. The roar of traffic was a constant, dull predator's growl that vibrated up through the soles of his boots. Millions of heartbeats, a frantic, dissonant chorus, pressed in on him from all sides. It was overwhelming, a cacophony that made it difficult to isolate individual threats. He found himself constantly filtering, focusing, forcing his instincts to adapt to the sheer density of stimuli. Gran Torino's agency was a dilapidated apartment that looked like it had survived a villain attack and then been left to rot. The old hero himself was a tiny, wizened man who moved with the startling, unpredictable speed of a hummingbird. Their first day of training had not been a patrol or a lecture. It had been a fight. Izuku had entered the apartment, and the world had exploded into a blur of yellow boots and concussive impacts. Too slow. Gran Torino cackled, ricocheting off the ceiling and slamming a boot into Izuku's back. You've got the power of a landslide, boy, but you move like one too. Big, obvious, and messy. You think a real villain's going to stand there and let you wind up? Izuku grunted, catching himself before he crashed through a wall. His instincts screamed to lash out, to pin the smaller creature, but his mind, the human part of him, knew this was a lesson. He focused, drawing on the primal core of his being. He didn't need to see the old hero. He needed to feel him. He closed his eyes, letting the thrum of the city fall away. He felt the shift of air pressure, the subtle vibration in the floorboards, the tiny spike of adrenaline in the old man's scent. He dropped to all fours, his posture shifting into something more feral and grounded. Gran Torino zipped in again, aiming for his head. Izuku didn't dodge, he moved with the attack, turning his body like a matador, his hand shooting out to grab the old hero's ankle. He didn't crush it, he just held it. The apartment fell silent. Gran Torino dangled upside down, his goggled eyes wide with surprise. There it is, the old hero breathed, a genuine smile splitting his wrinkled face. The animal. You've been trying to fight like a human with a strong quirk. You aren't. Stop thinking. Start knowing. He let the old hero go, and for the next few days, that was their training. Gran Torino would attack relentlessly, and Izuku learned to respond not with thought, but with pure, unadulterated instinct. He learned to differentiate the subtle sounds of the city, to parse the million-cent tapestry of Hosu until he could pick out a single bead of sweat from a block away. He was honing his senses, sharpening the tools of the hunt. The city was his new training ground. At night, they'd patrol, Gran Torino flying high above while Izuku prowled the streets below. He moved like a shadow, a whisper of motion in the alleyways. He stopped muggings before they began, his mere presence a silent, predatory warning that scent would be criminals scurrying back into the darkness. He felt no malice towards them. They were just scavengers, and this was his territory to keep clean. It was during one of these patrols, on the third night of his internship, that everything changed. He was perched atop a water tower, the cool metal a welcome anchor against the humid night air. Gran Torino was a speck in the sky, circling like a hawk. Izuku let his senses expand, tasting the wind, listening to the city's heartbeat. He felt the distant connection to his pack, a warm, steady hum from Ochako, a focused, intellectual pulse from Momo, a rhythmic, percussive beat from Kyoka. They were safe. They were learning. Then, the wind shifted. It came from the east, a foul breeze that cut through the miasma of street food and exhaust fumes. It was a scent that made the hackles on his neck rise. A smell his DNA recognized on a level deeper than memory. It was the scent of freshly spilled blood, hot and coppery. But there was something else woven into it, something sharp and cold, like sterilized steel. And beneath that, a third layer, a reptilian coldness, an odor of absolute, fanatical conviction. It was the scent of a predator that hunted humans not for food or territory, but for purpose. His entire body went rigid. A low growl rumbled in his chest, an involuntary response to a profound violation. This wasn't the clumsy scent of a back alley mugging. This was the deliberate, precise scent of a slaughter. Gran Torino, he said, his voice a low rasp into the small comms unit in his ear. What is it, kid? See something? The old hero's voice crackled back. I smell blood, Izuku said. The words felt inadequate. It was like saying you could smell fire during a volcanic eruption. A lot of it, and something else. A hunter. Stay put. I'll check it out from the air. Izuku's instincts screamed in protest. Protect the territory. Confront the rival. Do not wait. Do not hesitate. The human part of him, the student hero, knew he should obey. But the alpha couldn't. This was a direct challenge, a rival predator staking a claim in his domain with the blood of his flock. To ignore it was to show weakness. It was an abdication of his very nature. No, Izuku said, his voice flat and final. He stood up on the water tower, his body coiled like a spring. This one is mine to hunt. He didn't wait for a reply. He disconnected the comm, the silence in his ear a welcome relief. The city's noise faded to a dull roar as his senses narrowed, focusing with pinpoint accuracy on the source of that scent. He leapt from the tower, landing silently in an alleyway 3 stories below. He didn't run like a boy. He dropped to all fours and moved like a wolf, a silent, gray blur flowing through the labyrinth of shadows and refuse. The concrete jungle became his hunting ground. He vaulted over dumpsters, his claws extending just enough to find purchase on brick walls, allowing him to scale them in seconds. He moved through the darkness with an eerie grace, his golden eyes piercing the gloom. The scent was his guide, a foul breadcrumb trail leading him deeper into the city's guts. He could hear it now, too. A faint, rhythmic clang, clang, clang. Metal on metal, a blade being cleaned. He rounded a corner and the scent was overpowering. He slowed his pace, his movements becoming even more deliberate, more silent. He crept to the edge of an alley, peering around the corner. The scene was bathed in the sickly yellow glow of a single street lamp. A pro-hero, the lanky native, was slumped against a brick wall, bleeding from a dozen shallow cuts. On the ground nearby lay Tenya Iida, his ingenium armor scraped and dented, his body completely still. And standing over them was the source of the scent, the rival hunter. The hero killer, Stain. He was exactly as the news reports had described, yet so much more. He was a pillar of ragged red cloth and tarnished silver blades, his face obscured by a mask that left only his wild, unnervingly lucid eyes visible. He was cleaning a long, serrated knife with a length of cloth, the rhythmic clanging Izuku had heard. The air around him was thick with a palpable aura of deadly conviction. This was not a mindless villain. This was an apex predator, a creature that had honed its entire existence to a single, lethal point. "You are not worthy of the name, hero," Stain said, his voice a drive. Why rasp that seemed to slither through the alley. "You are a fake, a symptom of a diseased society that values fame and fortune over true sacrifice." Iida struggled on the ground, his voice choked with rage. "You, villain, you will pay for what you did to my brother." Stain scoffed, a dry, dismissive sound. He raised his blade. "Your brother was a fake. You are a fake. You hunt me for vengeance, not for justice. And for that, you will die." Izuku didn't announce his presence. He didn't shout a heroic challenge. He acted. He exploded from the shadows, a silent, low-to-the-ground projectile of muscle and fury. His only thought was the primal command echoing in his soul: protect the fallen. Eliminate the threat. Stain's senses were preternatural. He spun at the last possible second, his blade coming up to block. Izuku's claws, hardened by instinct, screeched against the steel. Sparks flew, illuminating the alley in a brief, brilliant flash. It was enough for Izuku to see the shock in the hero killer's eyes. He hadn't expected this. He had expected a hero. He got a predator. They broke apart, circling each other. The air crackled with tension. Izuku rose to his full height, his body thrumming with controlled power. His canines had elongated slightly, a low growl vibrated in his throat. "And who are you?" Stain hissed, his eyes narrowing. "Another child in a costume, come to play hero. This is my territory." Izuku's voice was a low growl, deeper than its usual tone. "You are hunting in it. I am here to make you stop." Ideology was irrelevant. Justice was a human concept. This was a territorial dispute. The oldest conflict in the world. Stain seemed to understand this on some fundamental level. A flicker of something that wasn't quite respect, but a deep, primal understanding, crossed his eyes. "So, a beast has come to defend its den," Stain mused, a slow, grotesque smile spreading beneath his mask. "Let's see if your fangs are as sharp as your conviction." He lunged. Stain was impossibly fast, his movements erratic and unpredictable, like a snake striking. He didn't move like a brawler. He moved like a butcher, his blades tracing lines in the air, aiming for arteries and tendons. Izuku didn't try to match him in technique. He relied on instinct, his body moving with a fluid, animal grace. He ducked under a sword swing that would have decapitated him, his hand lashing out to slap the blade away. He twisted away from a thrown knife that embedded itself in the brick wall where his head had been a split second before. This was not a fight. It was a dance, a deadly, visceral ballet between two hunters. Izuku realized quickly that Stain's goal wasn't to kill him with a single blow. It was to draw blood. Any blood. He feinted left and kicked right, his foot connecting with Stain's side. The hero killer grunted, stumbling back, but he used the momentum to lick the blood from a small cut on his own lip, a taunting gesture. Izuku pressed the attack, his movements becoming more feral. A whirlwind of claws and powerful strikes. He was faster, stronger, but Stain was more experienced, more precise. Then Stain made his move. Izuku lunged, claws extended, and the hero killer dropped, sliding on the grimy alley floor. A small blade flashed out, slicing a shallow gash across Izuku's calf. It was a minor wound, one that was already beginning to steam and knit itself closed. But it was enough. Stain brought the bloody blade to his mouth and his long, grotesque tongue darted out, licking the metal clean. And Izuku's world seized. A wave of icy paralysis shot up his leg, spreading through his entire nervous system with terrifying speed. His muscles locked, his body frozen in a mid-lunge snarl. He crashed to the ground, immobile, every fiber of his being screaming in protest. It felt like being encased in ice, a venomous cold spreading through his veins. Stain stood over him, his presence immense. A powerful beast, indeed. But you still bleed, and that makes you vulnerable. This is the nature of the world. Even the strongest can be brought low by a single, well-placed strike. From the corner of his eye, Izuku saw a torrent of fire erupt at the alley's entrance. I believe you have something that belongs to my friends, a calm, cold voice announced. Shoto Todoroki stood there, his left side wreathed in flame, his right side frosting the ground. He had arrived. The dynamics of the hunt had changed once again. Stain clicked his tongue. More fakes. The son of Endeavor. Do you even know what a hero is, or do you just play the part your father wrote for you? As they spoke, something was happening inside Izuku. The paralysis agent, the foreign toxin in his blood, was being met with a furious, biological counterattack. His dire wolf lineage, a bloodline forged through millennia of surviving poisons, diseases, and harsh environments, recognized the intruder. His metabolism roared to life, a furnace burning away the venom. He could feel his cells fighting, devouring the toxin. The icy grip began to loosen, a faint tingling returning to his fingers and toes. His regeneration, usually focused on physical wounds, as now engaged in a microscopic war within his own veins. Todoroki didn't waste time with banter. He sent a massive glacier of ice roaring down the alley. Stain leapt with incredible agility, sticking to the brick wall like an insect. The ice crashing harmlessly beneath him. You heroes are all the same, Stain hissed from his perch. Flashy, powerful, and utterly empty. He threw a knife at Todoroki, who easily blocked it with a small wall of ice. But it was a distraction. While Todoroki was focused on the frontal assault, Stain pushed off the wall, launching himself towards the still immobilized Iida, his primary target. No, Izuku roared. The sound was guttural, inhuman. With a monumental effort of will, he forced his body to obey. A single finger twitched, then another. He felt the venom breaking, the chains shattering. He shoved himself up, his movements still sluggish, and launched himself in a clumsy tackle, intercepting Stain just before the killer's blade could reach Iida. They crashed to the ground in a tangle of limbs. Stain was surprised by the speed of his recovery. Impossible. My quirk should hold you for minutes. I'm not like the others, Izuku growled, his muscles screaming as he fought off the last vestiges of the paralysis. He got to his feet, swaying slightly, and stood protectively over Iida and Native. Todoroki flanked him, a wall of ice and fire. The confrontation had reached its apex. It was two of UA's strongest against the most lethal predator in the city. The battle that followed was a symphony of brutal chaos. Todoroki controlled the space, forcing Stain to constantly move, boxing him in with walls of ice and flushing him out with bursts of flame. Izuku was the spearhead, a relentless force of nature. His body had completely purged the toxin now, and he moved with even greater ferocity than before. He wasn't just fighting to win, he was fighting to protect. The presence of his friends, of those he considered part of his extended pack, fueled him. He slammed into Stain, not with a punch, but with a full-body tackle that sent them both crashing through a pile of trash cans. Stain was wiry and strong, twisting in his grip and trying to bring a knife to bear. Izuku pinned his wrists, his grip like iron, and let out a roar that was pure, unadulterated alpha dominance. It was a sound that didn't just vibrate the air, it vibrated the soul. For the first time, Stain faltered. He looked into Izuku's glowing golden eyes and saw no fear, no hatred, no ambition. He saw only an absolute, unwavering, primal conviction. The pure, unshakable will of a protector. An alpha defending his own. You, Stain breathed, his eyes wide. The fight seemed to drain out of him for a split second. You have the eyes of a true hero. The eyes of an alpha. It was the highest praise the hero killer could offer. It was an acknowledgement, predator to predator. But the moment of respect was shattered by a new sound. A wet, tearing sound from above, followed by a screech that was a blasphemy against nature. A creature crashed into the alleyway, its landing cracking the pavement. It was a Nomu. Different from the one at the USJ, this one was leaner. Winged like a grotesque bat, its brain still exposed but its eyes burning with a malevolent, directed intelligence. It had been drawn by the fight, a scavenger attracted to a kill. Stain, Izuku, and Todoroki instantly broke apart, their personal battle forgotten in the face of this new, monstrous threat. The Nomu fixed its empty gaze on the most vulnerable target, the injured hero native. It let out a piercing shriek and charged. Stain moved first. "This thing is not part of my purge," he roared, and with a speed that defied logic, he threw a knife that embedded itself deep in the Nomu's exposed brain. The creature barely flinched. It backhanded Stain, sending him flying into a brick wall with a sickening crunch. Todoroki erected a massive ice wall, but the winged Nomu simply smashed through it. The shards exploding outwards. It was almost upon native. It was then that a flash of pink and a hiss of acid entered the fray. "Hey, ugly, pick on someone your own size." Mina Ishido slid into the alley on a trail of her own acid, a wide, adrenaline-fueled grin on her face. Her internship patrol with the hero Edgeshot had been rerouted due to the chaos breaking out across the city. And her sharp eyes had caught the flash of Todoroki's flames down the dark alley. Her instincts, always tuned to the frequency of action and excitement, had done the rest. She sprayed a glob of concentrated acid at the Nomu's face. The creature screeched in pain as its skin sizzled and melted, but it was a superficial wound. It turned its attention to her, its new, more annoying target. Izuku saw her, a vibrant splash of life in the grim, bloody alley. He saw her courage, her recklessness, the sheer, unadulterated joy she took in throwing herself into danger. She was all vibrant energy and fluid motion. She was a skirmisher, a vanguard. She was, he realized with a sudden, gut-level certainty, pack. His alpha instinct, the deep, resonant core of his being, reached out. It wasn't a conscious decision. It was a reflex. A low, sub-audible hum emanated from his chest, a call that was not meant for human ears but for the soul. He extended a thread of his own energy, his own strength, his own conviction, and offered it to her. Mina felt it like a jolt of lightning. One moment she was dodging a clumsy swing from the Nomu, her heart hammering with a mixture of terror and exhilaration. The next, a wave of warmth, power, and absolute certainty washed over her. The fear vanished, replaced by a surge of euphoric confidence. The chaotic noise of the battle sharpened into a clear, understandable picture. She could feel Izuku's presence behind her not just as a person, but as an anchor, a source of immense strength. She suddenly knew what he was going to do, what she needed to do. Their minds weren't linked, but their instincts were. It was the forging of a pack bond, born in the heat of combat. "Mina," Izuku yelled, though the command had already been transmitted through the bond. "Its hide is too thick. Melt it, on it," she chirped, her voice buzzing with newfound energy. What followed was a dance of beautiful, chaotic violence. Mina skated around the Nomu, a whirlwind of pink and green. She was the distraction, her movements fluid and unpredictable. She laid down sheets of acid, not as attacks, but as terrain modifiers, forcing the Nomu onto treacherous footing. Then, as it stumbled, she would spray its tough, gray hide with her most corrosive fluid. The moment the skin began to hiss and dissolve, Izuku was there. He moved in perfect sync with her, a shadow of gray and green. Where her acid melted, his claws tore. Snicked. He ripped into the softened flesh of the Nomu's leg, severing a tendon. The creature roared and stumbled. Mina was already there, coating its back in acid. Izuku was on it in a flash, his claws digging in, using its own body as a ladder to reach the exposed brain. They didn't speak. They didn't need to. It was pure, instinctual teamwork. A chaotic but terrifyingly effective dance of death. Todoroki provided support, using his ice to immobilize the creature's limbs whenever it tried to lash out, his eyes wide with amazement at the perfect non-verbal synergy between Izuku and Mina. The Nomu screeched, flailing wildly. It managed to catch Izuku with a backhand, sending him tumbling. But as it turned to finish him, Mina sprayed a huge glob of acid directly onto its exposed brain, the part Stain had already weakened. The monster's shriek cut off with a wet gurgle. It shuddered, its limbs locking up, and then it fell, crashing to the ground with a ground-shaking thud. Dead. Silence descended on the alley, broken only by the panting of the young heroes and the distant wail of sirens. For a moment, everyone just stared at the dead monster. Then Mina broke the silence. She let out a whoop of pure joy, pumping her fist in the air. "Yeah, we totally kicked its butt." She turned to Izuku, who was pushing himself up from the ground. A few minor cuts already steaming and closing. Her eyes were shining with an intensity he recognized. It was the look of a wolf after a successful hunt. She ran over and punched him playfully on the arm. A gesture of pure, unfiltered camaraderie. "That was wild," she exclaimed, her voice buzzing. "The way we just knew. We gotta do that again, pack leader." The name hung in the air. Pack leader. It felt right, natural. He looked at her, at this fearless, energetic, acid-slinging girl, and a genuine, rare smile touched his lips. He had found another piece of his scattered, nascent pack. The pro-heroes arrived moments later, led by Gran Torino and Edgeshot. The scene they found was one of carnage and confusion. 3 unconscious bodies. Native, Iida, A.N.D. a gravely injured Stain, 1 dead Nomu, and 3 exhausted but triumphant UA students. In the aftermath, as medics tended to the wounded and the police tried to piece together the night's events, the full weight of their actions began to settle. They had broken the law. They had used their quirks without authorization, engaged a villain, and fought a monster far beyond their mandate as interns. Iida and Todoroki were somber, aware of the potential consequences. But Mina was still buzzing, replaying the fight in her head. She stayed close to Izuku, the new bond between them a warm, thrumming presence. "Seriously," she said, leaning in close so only he could hear. "What was that? That feeling? It was like my brain was on fire, but in a good way. I just knew where you were going to be, what I needed to do. It was awesome." Izuku looked at her, then at Todoroki and a now conscious Iida, who were giving him looks of deep gratitude and awe. He couldn't explain the bond in scientific terms, not the way Momo might have. He could only explain it in the language of his soul. "You're one of my own," he said to Mina, his voice quiet but firm. "My pack. When we fight together, we share our strength. We move as one." His words strengthened the platonic bonds he held with Iida and Todoroki as well. They had seen his loyalty, his absolute refusal to leave anyone behind. They saw the depth of his protective instincts. And they understood that his power, as terrifying as it was fundamentally rooted in a desire to shield others. Far away, in a sterile, darkened room, Director K. Enji Saragame of the Apex Control Unit watched the news reports filtering in from Hosu. His face was a cold, emotionless mask. He saw the footage from news helicopters, the grainy images of the dead Nomu, the captured hero killer. And the young UA student at the center of it all, Izuku Midoriya. His intelligence had already provided him with the details. Unsanctioned quirk usage, vigilantism, defiance of a supervising hero's orders. An underling handed him a tablet displaying a more detailed report. "Sir, analysis of the combat footage indicates an anomalous level of teamwork between Progen. Atur designate Midoriya and the student Mina Ashido. Their movements were synchronized to a degree that suggests a bioenergetic or telepathic link. It's consistent with the bonding phenomenon we observed at the USJ." Saragame's fingers steepled under his chin. He wasn't furious. Fury was an inefficient emotion. He was validated. His worst-case scenarios were proving to be disturbingly accurate. The progenitor wasn't just a physical threat. He was an ideological one. He could influence others, create loyalty that superseded law and protocol. He was building a following, a pack of his own, right under the noses of the heroes who were supposed to be training him. "He is a destabilizing element," Saragame said, his voice as cold as a morgue slab. "His actions in Hosu, while publicly lauded as heroic, are a gross breach of protocol. He acted as a vigilante. He is uncontrollable." He swiped a finger across the tablet, bringing up a new file. It was a personnel file, heavily redacted. The photo showed a woman with sharp, predatory features and eyes that seemed to see through the screen. "This event provides us with the political ammunition we require," Saragame continued, his voice dropping. "Public opinion will be divided. Some will call him a hero, others a reckless monster. We will use that division. We will paint him as a dangerous, unsanctioned force that must be brought to heel for the public's own good." He looked at the woman's file. Codename: Talon. Quirk: Sever. An ability to disrupt and sever emotional and bioenergetic connections. A pack breaker. "The time for passive observation is over," Director Saragame declared to the silent room. "Greenlight the deployment of Agent Talon." The next time Midoriya puts his pack on display, she will be there to tear it apart. We will isolate the Alpha. And then we will put a leash on him. He turned back to the screen, watching Izuku help a paramedic lift a stretcher. He saw not a hero, but a monster that needed to be caged. And he, Kenji Suragame, would be the one to build that cage. The hunt in the concrete jungle was over, but a new, more dangerous one was about to begin. Chapter 6. The Stolen Packmate. The forest air was clean and sharp, a stark contrast to the thick, recycled atmosphere of Musudafu. Here, under the watchful gaze of the Pussycat Hero team, the world felt simpler, more primal. For Izuku Midoriya, it was a homecoming he hadn't known he needed. Every scent was a story. The damp earth, the pungent tang of pine needles crushed underfoot, the faint, sweet perfume of distant wildflowers. He could hear the scuttling of a beetle 10 meters away, the rustle of leaves that betrayed a hiding classmate, the steady, rhythmic heartbeats of his pack. They were close, their presence a warm, comforting weight in the back of his mind. Class 1A and 1B had been thrown into a grueling training regimen designed to push their quirks to their absolute limits. Screams of exertion and the concussive booms of explosions echoed through the trees, a modern symphony of power laid over the ancient quiet of the mountainside. Izuku's own training was different. Aizawa, after much deliberation with Nezu, had concluded that traditional quirk training was useless for him. Izuku's power was not a muscle to be flexed but an instinct to be honed. His regimen was one of sensory deprivation and environmental adaptation. He was made to navigate treacherous terrain blindfolded, relying solely on scent, sound, and the vibrations in the earth. He hunted, not for sport, but for targets hidden by the pussycats. Learning to move with a silence that unnerved even the veteran heroes. He was not just strengthening his body, he was becoming one with his territory. He watched the others with a keen, analytical eye. Bakugo's explosions were raw, untamed power, the angry crackle of a wildfire. Todoroki's ice and fire were the patient, inexorable forces of nature itself. His pack, however, was where his focus truly lay. Ochako, under Ragdoll's supervision, was suspended high in the air in a giant plastic ball, rapidly activating and deactivating her quirk to combat nausea and improve her endurance. He could feel her frustration and determination through their bond, a buzzing thrum of energy. Momo was creating object after object, pushing the limits of her lipid reserves, her brow furrowed in concentration. Her presence in the pack was a steady, creative pulse. Jiro had her Jax plunge deep into a rock face, trying to discern the faintest sounds from kilometers away, her focus a sharp, precise needle in his mind. Mina was dancing, a whirlwind of corrosive acid and fluid motion, her joy and energy a bright, chaotic splash of color in their shared consciousness. And then there was Itsuka Kendo. She wasn't officially part of his pack, not yet. But the seed planted during their duel at the sports festival had taken root. He found himself watching her often. She led Class 1B with a firm but fair hand. A natural alpha in her own right. He saw the way she encouraged Monoma while simultaneously keeping his antics in check, the way she strategized with her classmates, the genuine respect they afforded her. He felt no rivalry, only a deep, instinctual acknowledgement. She was a leader. She protected her own. The pull he felt towards her was one of mutual respect, a magnetic draw between two similar poles. He was tracking a scent trail laid by Mandalay when he saw her training, expanding her hands to their maximum size and holding them there, her muscles trembling with the strain. He paused, hidden in the tree line, simply observing. She was strong, her will as formidable as her quirk. A low, appreciative rumble started in his chest, one he quickly suppressed. Not yet. The day bled into evening, and the oppressive heat gave way to a cool mountain breeze. The two classes were tasked with a test of courage, a simple game of scaring each other in the woods. Class 1B would act as the scarers first, while Class 1A walked the trail in pairs. Izuku's senses were on high alert. The game felt wrong. The forest was too quiet. The normal nocturnal chorus of insects had fallen silent. The air tasted of ozone and something else, something acrid and burnt. He was paired with Mina, whose excitement was a stark contrast to his own growing unease. This is gonna be so fun. I wonder what Kendo's class has cooked up for us, she chirped, practically bouncing on her feet. Izuku didn't answer. He tilted his head, his ears twitching. He could hear the steady heartbeat ATS of his classmates ahead on the trail, but there were other sounds, too. Unfamiliar heartbeats. The soft crunch of a footstep where no student should be. The scent of ozone was stronger now, mixed with the sickly sweet smell of blood and a strange, chemical fog. "Mina," he said, his voice a low growl. "Stay close. Something's wrong." Before she could question him, the world erupted. A brilliant wave of blue flame roared through the trees, incinerating a wide swath of the forest and cutting off the path. The smell of burnt wood and cooked meat assaulted his nostrils. Then came the screams. The transition from student to alpha was instantaneous. Izuku's posture changed, his body dropping into a lower, predatory crouch. His senses exploded outwards, mapping the chaos. The calm, warm senses of his packmates in his mind were now tinged with fear, confusion, and pain. His own instinct roared to the surface, a singular, overwhelming imperative: protect the pack. "Mina, with me," he commanded, his voice devoid of its usual warmth, now a sharp, authoritative bark. She didn't hesitate, her playful demeanor vanishing, replaced by the sharp focus of a fighter. They plunged into the woods, away from the flames. Izuku's mind was a whirlwind of information. He could hear a battle to his left, Tetsu and Kendo, based on the clang of metal and the slap of giant hands. To his right, the distinct sound of Jiro's heartbeat was faint, and he smelled gas. Poison. A wave of pure, unadulterated rage surged through him. A predator was not only in his territory, it was actively hunting his pack. "Go help the others get back to the facility," he ordered Mina. "I'll handle the threats." "No way, pack leader." She shot back, sliding on a trail of her own acid to keep pace with his ground-eating lope. "We do this together." He didn't have time to argue. The scent of the poison was getting stronger. He pushed his speed, moving on all fours, his fingers digging into the soft earth like claws. He burst into a clearing to a horrifying sight. A figure in a black bodysuit and gas mask, the villain known as Mustard, was filling the area with a thick, swirling cloud of toxic gas. Several students were already down, unconscious, and in the center of it all was Itsuka Kendo, holding her breath, her giant fists creating currents of air to push the gas away from an unconscious Tetsu. But she was faltering, her face pale, her movements growing sluggish. Izuku didn't think. He acted. He took a deep breath, his dire wolf physiology already working to filter the worst of the toxin. And charged directly into the cloud. Mustard turned, surprised by the sheer suicidal bravery. "Another one. Don't you know this gas will stop your heart?" Izuku ignored him. His entire focus was on Kendo. He reached her side just as her knees buckled, her own lungs screaming for air. He scooped her up in his arms, her body surprisingly light. She gasped, inhaling a lungful of the toxic air, and her eyes rolled back. "No." The thought was a primal roar in his mind. He pressed his forehead against hers, a desperate, instinctual gesture. He didn't know how or why, but he knew what he had to do. He opened a channel, a direct conduit from his own life force to hers. "My pack, mine to protect." He let out a low, resonating hum, and the world shifted for Itsuka Kendo. From the suffocating darkness of asphyxiation, a sudden warmth bloomed in her chest. It was like a sun rising within her, chasing away the cold, burning away the poison in her veins. Her lungs, which had felt like they were full of broken glass, suddenly drew a clean, pure breath, even amidst the swirling gas. The debilitating fatigue vanished, replaced by a surge of strength that made her own quirk-enhanced power feel like a pale imitation. And then came the connection. Her mind, once an isolated island, was suddenly connected to a continent. She could feel him, Izuku Midoriya. Not just his presence, but his intent, his strength, his unwavering resolve, and through him, she could feel others. The steady, creative light of Momo. The fierce, joyful energy of Mina. The sharp, perceptive focus of Jiro. The warm, gravitational pull of Ochako. It was overwhelming, a symphony of souls playing in perfect harmony, and she was suddenly, inexplicably, a part of it. She understood, in a way that defied logic and language, that she belonged here. She was safe. She was home. Her eyes snapped open, glowing with a faint golden light that mirrored Izuku's. She looked at him, not with confusion, but with a profound, instantaneous understanding. "He's behind you," she said, her voice clear and strong. Izuku was already moving. He spun, placing her gently on her feet, and met Mustard's charge. The villain fired his revolver. But Izuku's world had slowed to a crawl. He saw the trajectory of the bullets, swatting them out of the air with the back of his hand, the reinforced bones of his knuckles deflecting the lead slugs. "What are you?" Mustard shrieked, taking a step back. "We are his pack," Kendo answered, stepping up beside Izuku. She slammed her giant hands together, creating a massive concussive blast of wind that tore a hole in the gas cloud, momentarily clearing the air. "And you are not welcome in our territory." The fight was brutally short. With their new bond, they moved as one. Kendo provided wide, sweeping attacks that controlled the space, forcing Mustard into predictable patterns. Izuku exploited every opening with lethal, predatory grace, closing the distance in a blur and disarming the villain. Breaking his arm with a sharp, efficient crack of bone, he pinned Mustard to the ground, a low growl rumbling in his chest, the promise of violence so palpable it made the villain soil himself. With the immediate threat neutralized, Izuku's focus snapped elsewhere. A new scream echoed through the trees, young and terrified. "Kota, get the others to safety," Izuku commanded Kendo. His voice still the hard bark of an alpha. "I have to go." Kendo nodded, the instinct to obey his command feeling as natural as breathing. "Be careful, Alpha," she said, the title slipping out unbidden. He gave her a curt nod of acknowledgement and then he was gone, a phantom melting back into the darkened woods, leaving Kendo standing amidst the sleeping forms of her classmates, her heart hammering with a power and a sense of belonging she had never known. Izuku followed the scent of ozone and terrified child to a cliffside ledge. The scene was ripped from a nightmare. The hulking, muscle-bound villain, Muscular, stood over the small, broken form of Kota, his face a mask of sadistic glee. "Time to die, kiddo." Muscular laughed, raising a massive, muscle fiber-enforced arm. The protective fury that rose in Izuku was a physical force, a white-hot inferno that burned away all fear, all hesitation. This creature was threatening a child in his territory. It was threatening the future. It was an unforgivable transgression. He exploded from the trees, a guttural roar tearing from his throat, a sound that was more wolf than man. He slammed into Muscular with the force of a freight train, his shoulder connecting with the villain's side and sending him stumbling away from Kota. "Who the hell are you?" Muscular snarled, his exposed eyeball twitching with irritation. "Get away from the child," Izuku growled, placing himself between the villain and Kota. His body was coiled, a spring of deadly potential. The golden glow in his eyes intensified, his canines subtly elongating. Muscular laughed, a wet, ugly sound. "You got a death wish, pretty boy. I love showing off my muscles." He lunged, his body swelling with grotesque fibers of raw muscle. The fight was a clash of two different kinds of power. Muscular was a sledgehammer, all brute force and overwhelming impact. Izuku was a scalpel, all speed, precision, and relentless aggression. Muscular's blows could shatter stone. But Izuku was almost impossible to hit. He flowed around the attacks, his movements fluid and unpredictable. He ducked under a sweeping punch and drove his hardened knuckles into the villain's kidney, eliciting a grunt of pain. He leapt onto Muscular's back, his fingers digging in like claws, and sank his teeth into the thick muscle of the villain's shoulder. Muscular roared in pain and fury, slamming himself backwards into the cliff face. The impact was jarring, but Izuku held on, his jaw clamped tight. He felt his own bones creak under the strain, but his regeneration was already kicking in, knitting together microfractures as they formed. He was torn off and thrown across the ledge, his body tumbling like a rag doll. He landed hard, a sharp pain lancing through his arm. It was broken. He could feel the jagged edges of bone grating against each other. But the pain was distant, a dull annoyance. He watched, his gaze never leaving the villain, as the flesh on his arm writhed. Steam rising from the injury as muscle, sinew, and bone snapped back into place with unnatural speed. Kota watched from the cave behind him, his eyes wide with terror and awe. This wasn't a hero. This was a monster fighting a monster. What a fun toy. Muscular cackled, his bloodlust rising. "You just won't break." He charged again. This time, Izuku met him head-on. He couldn't win a battle of pure strength, but he didn't need to. As Muscular's fist descended, Izuku dropped low, letting the blow sail over his head, and drove his own fist, not at the villain's body, but at the ground beneath his feet. The rock cracked, splintering under the focused impact. Muscular's footing gave way, and for a split second, he was off balance. It was all the opening Izuku needed. He surged upward, a blur of motion, and delivered a devastating series of blows to Muscular's joints, the knee, the elbow, the shoulder. It wasn't about breaking the muscle, it was about destroying the frame that supported it. The villain screamed, a sound of genuine agony this time, as his own overwhelming power became a liability, his joints unable to support the massive strain. He brought Muscular down to one knee, looming over him. "You are finished," Izuku stated, his voice a low death rattle. Before he could deliver the final blow, a new scent hit his nose. Acrid smoke, ozone, and something else, the unique, nitroglycerin-laced sweat of Katsuki Bakugo. And it was moving away. Fast. His head snapped up. Through the trees, he saw a flash of blonde hair in the dark, swirling portal of Kurogiri. A man in a top hat, Mr. Compress, held a small blue marble in his hand. The truth hit Izuku with the force of a physical blow. This was a raid, a kidnapping. They were taking Bakugo. The primal instinct inside him screamed. A pack mate was being stolen. It was a direct, intolerable challenge to his authority as an alpha. His rage at Muscular was nothing compared to the cold, possessive fury that now filled him. He glanced back at the trembling Kota, then at the incapacitated Muscular. He couldn't be in two places at once. He had to make a choice. He delivered a single, precise chop to the back of Muscular's neck, rendering him unconscious. "Stay here," he told Kota, his voice softening slightly. "You're safe now." Then he was gone, a green and black blur, a predator on the hunt. He tore through the forest, the sounds of battle fading behind him. All that mattered was the fading scent of his packmate. He followed it to a clearing where the last of the Vanguard action squad was converging. Dabi, Mr. Compress, twice. They were preparing to retreat. Izuku didn't hesitate. He burst from the tree line, a feral snarl on his lips. But he was too late. He saw the marble containing Bakugo pass from Compress to Dabi. He saw Kurogiri's portal swirl into existence. He lunged, his hand outstretched, but Dabi simply held up a hand, a lazy grin on his scarred face. Too slow, hero. A wall of brilliant blue fire erupted between them, forcing Izuku to skid to a halt. The heat was immense, scorching his skin, but he barely felt it. Through the shimmering curtain of flame, he watched the portal close, swallowing the villains and his stolen packmate. And then, there was only silence. The fire died down, leaving behind the smell of burnt earth and failure. Izuku stood alone in the clearing, his fists clenched so tight his knuckles were white. He had failed. He, the Alpha, had allowed a member of his pack to be taken from his territory. He threw his head back and let out a roar of pure, unadulterated fury and frustration. A sound that echoed through the silent, burning forest, a promise of retribution. The aftermath was a grim, somber affair. The surviving students were gathered, wounded and demoralized. The facility had been turned into a makeshift infirmary. Izuku sat apart from the others, the silent fury still rolling off him in palpable waves. His pack found him, drawn by T. He cold void in their bond where his usual warmth should have been. Ochako sat beside him, placing a hesitant hand on his arm. Momo, Jiro, Mina, and Kendo formed a protective semicircle around him. They didn't speak. They simply shared his grief and his rage, their presence a silent, unwavering testament of support. The authorities arrived, the police, pro-heroes. Aizawa, his face a mask of grim exhaustion, gave his report. The official decision was swift and absolute. The students were forbidden from engaging. This was a matter for the pros. Any attempt at a rescue mission would be treated as vigilantism, resulting in immediate expulsion. The words washed over Izuku, meaningless noise. Laws, rules, procedures. They were the constructs of a society that didn't understand the primal laws that governed him. A predator had stolen from his pack. The only law that mattered now was the hunt. Later, in the hospital, the core of the group convened. Hiroshima and Todoroki, having received a tracking device from Momo that she had attached to a Nomu, approached them. "We know where they are," Kirishima said, his voice low and intense. "I have to go. Bakugo. He's my friend. I can't just sit here and do nothing." Todoroki nodded in agreement. "Iida believes we should follow the rules. Logically, he's correct, but I owe you, Midoriya. You came for me and Iida in Hosu. We can't leave him." All eyes turned to Izuku. He had been silent, his gaze fixed on the floor, his internal struggle a raging storm. Aizawa's words echoed in his head, the threat of expulsion, the risk to his friends' futures. But a louder, more powerful voice, the voice of his very blood and soul, drowned it out. A pack does not abandon its own. He looked up, and the golden glow in his eyes was back, burning with cold, hard resolve. "We're going." It wasn't a question or a suggestion. It was a declaration. Ochako's expression was firm. "Of course we are." Momo pushed her glasses up her nose, her mind already calculating. "I can create disguises and communication devices. We'll need a solid, low-profile infiltration plan." Jiro nodded, her earphone jacks twitching. "I can listen for them, pinpoint their exact location once we're close." Mina cracked her knuckles. "Just point me at who needs melting." Kendo crossed her arms, her expression fierce. "Bakugo might be an ass, but he's one of ours. I'm in." The decision was unanimous, instantaneous. There was no debate, no hesitation. Their loyalty to him, and to the pack, superseded any rule or law. This was the fundamental truth of their bond. Momo quickly got to work. Her hands a blur of creation. She produced a set of outlandish, yet surprisingly effective, disguises. She laid out a map of Kamino Ward, Yokohama, where the tracker was leading them. Her plan was simple. Get in. Locate Bakugo, create a diversion, and get out. Minimal engagement, maximum efficiency. They traveled by train, a strange, tense collection of costumed teenagers trying to blend in. The air between them was thick with anticipation. Izuku was the center of their gravity, a silent, coiled predator. He wasn't the nervous, mumbling boy they had first met. He was the alpha, leading his pack on a hunt, and his singular focus was unnerving and deeply reassuring all at once. Kamino Ward was chaos. The media was in a frenzy, broadcasting live from outside a warehouse district. Pro-heroes were establishing a perimeter. This was it. "Jiro," Izuku said, his voice a low rumble. She closed her eyes, plugging one jack into the wall of a nearby building. The city was a cacophony of noise. But she filtered it, searching for the specific frequencies of their target. After a long moment, she opened her eyes. There, a warehouse, third from the corner. It's reinforced. I hear multiple heartbeats inside. And, something else. Something huge. It doesn't sound alive. Suddenly, the world exploded. The wall of the warehouse blew outwards as All Might himself smashed through, engaging a monstrous figure with an exposed brain and a life support mask. All for one. The pressure the villain exuded was immense, a crushing weight that made the very air feel heavy. Izuku's instincts screamed at him, recognizing a true apex predator, a creature of immense, ancient power. "Now," Izuku commanded. While they're distracted, their plan went into motion. They moved through the panicked crowds. A single, cohesive unit. As All Might's epic battle against All for One raged, shaking the very foundations of the city, they slipped through the chaos. They found a hole in the wall created by the battle. "All clear a path," Kirishima yelled, hardening his body and charging forward. Todoroki created a massive ramp of ice, giving them an upward trajectory. "Ochako," Izuku called. She touched Kirishima, Todoroki, and herself, making them weightless. Izuku grabbed them, his strength easily enough to carry the three of them, and launched himself upwards, using the ice ramp as a launch point. They soared over the battlefield, a desperate, brilliant maneuver. They smashed through a weakened wall, landing inside the warehouse. And there he was, Bakugo, surrounded by the remaining villains. Bakugo's eyes widened in shock. "What the hell are you idiots doing here? No one gets left behind," Izuku growled, his eyes locked on Shigaraki. Kirishima held out a hand. "Come on, Bakugo, let's go." For a split second, Bakugo hesitated, his pride warring with his survival instinct. Then he made his choice. He let out a massive explosion from his palms, launching himself not at them, but towards them, grabbing Kirishima's outstretched hand in midair. Mina, now! Kendo yelled. Mina coated the ground between them and the villains with a thick layer of slippery acid. Shigaraki and the others stumbled, their pursuit cut off for a precious few seconds. They were almost out. They burst back into the open air, the shockwaves from All Might's battle washing over them. Freedom was just ahead, and that's when the new threat appeared. A figure dropped from the sky, landing between them and their escape route with impossible silence. It was a woman, clad in a sleek, gray tactical suit with no distinguishing marks. Her face was hidden by a helmet that resembled a bird of prey's skull, and from her back, metallic, talon-like appendages glinted in the flickering light of the battle. Progenitor designated. Alpha, the woman said, her voice a cold, synthesized monotone. You are in violation of the Pre-Quirk Lineage Containment Act. Surrender now, and your pack will be spared. Re-education. Izuku's blood ran cold. ACU. It had to be. This was their agent. The pack breaker. Get Bakugo out of here, Izuku snarled, pushing his friends behind him. I'll handle this. Not a chance, Kendo said, her giant fists slamming together. We fight together. The agent, Talon, tilted her head. Emotional bonds are a tactical weakness. She raised a hand, and the metallic talons on her back flared with a sickly purple energy. She didn't move, didn't attack. She simply activated her quirk. For Izuku, it was the most profound agony he had ever experienced. It wasn't physical pain. It was worse. The warm, living connections to his pack, the 5 brilliant stars in his mental consciousness, were violently ripped away. It felt like his own soul was being torn into pieces. The strength, the courage, the shared senses he drew from them, all vanished, leaving behind a hollow, terrifying void. He stumbled, a choked gasp escaping his lips, clutching his head as the sudden absolute loneliness threatened to shatter his mind. For the girls, the effect was just as devastating. One moment, they were part of a greater whole, their strength and resolve magnified by their alpha. The next, they were alone. The courage, the enhanced senses, the intuitive coordination, all gone. A tidal wave of cold, naked fear washed over them. Ochako cried out, her confidence crumbling. Momo's hands trembled, her mind suddenly blanking on strategic options. Jiro was overwhelmed by the raw, unfiltered noise of the battlefield. Mina felt small and weak. Ken's righteous anger was replaced by a gnawing uncertainty. They were disconnected, 5 individuals suddenly lost in a storm. Talon's synthesized voice was devoid of any emotion. Without your anomaly, you are just scared children. Quote. She moved then, a blur of gray, her metallic talons lashing out, not to kill, but to disable. But in that moment of despair, something incredible happened. Bakugo, the one they had just rescued, the one who wasn't even truly part of the bond, acted. He let out a furious roar and unleashed the biggest explosion he could muster right in Talon's face. Don't you dare look down on my classmates. You metal freak. The blast sent Talon staggering back, her helmet cracked. The momentary distraction was all they needed. Izuku, reeling from the psychic amputation, looked at his pack. He saw their fear, their disorientation. But beneath it, he saw something else. The loyalty that had been forged in classrooms, in training exercises, in the fires of the USJ, was still there. It wasn't just a product of his power. It was real. It was their choice. He grit his teeth, forcing himself to stand, to ignore the screaming void in his soul. He was still their alpha. Bond or no bond. Pack, he roared, his voice raw but filled with unshakable authority. Reform. On me. His voice, his command, cut through their fear. They looked at him, then at each other. The bond might have been severed, but the trust remained. Kendo was the first to react, shaking off her fear and slamming a giant fist into the ground, creating a wall of debris between them and Talon. Momo, her focus returning, created a series of flashbang grenades, tossing them at the agent. Jiro sent a sonic blast that made the agent's helmet crack further. They were sloppy, uncoordinated, but they were fighting. They were fighting for each other. As they created distance, the agonizing pressure in Izuku's mind lessened. The farther they got from Talon, the weaker her quirk's influence became. Faintly, Like distant stars reappearing after an eclipse, he felt the connections begin to flicker back into existence. The relief was so overwhelming it almost brought him to his knees. The Why fled into the ruined streets of Kamino as the final, cataclysmic blows of All Might's United States of Smash echoed behind them. They didn't look back. They ran, carrying their rescued packmate, having faced down villains. The number one evil, and a terrifying new enemy from the shadows of their own government. They found a safe spot in a back alley, miles away, collapsing against a wall, panting and adrenaline spent. The pack bond solidified, flooding them all with a profound sense of relief and reunion. Bakugo, surprisingly, was the one who broke the silence. He looked at Izuku, his usual sneer absent, replaced by something complex and unreadable. There was anger, confusion, and a sliver of something that looked unnervingly like respect. You idiots, he grumbled, unable to meet Izuku's gaze. You were all. So, he couldn't finish the sentence. Izuku simply met his gaze, the golden light in his eyes soft but steady. He remembered Bakugo's defiant explosion, the act that had saved them all. The aggressive, problematic whelp had, in the end, defended the pack. No one, Izuku said, his voice quiet but carrying the weight of an unbreakable oath, gets left behind. For the first time in their lives, Katsuki Bakugo had nothing to say back. He just stared at the boy he had always seen as a pebble in his path and saw, not a rival to be crushed, but a leader to be reckoned with. The hunt was over, but standing there, amidst the ruins of the symbol of peace's final battle, Izuku knew a new, more dangerous one was just beginning. He had his pack back, but now he knew. They could be taken from him in more ways than one. And the face of that threat was a silent woman in a raptor's mask. Chapter 7. The Government's Leash. The world held its breath in the wake of Kamino Ward. The symbol of peace had fallen, not in death, but into a state of powerless mortality that felt, to many, like a deeper and more chilling demise. A void had been torn in the fabric of society, and into that void rushed a torrent of fear, uncertainty, and a desperate search for the next pillar to hold up the sky. For the students of UA High, this new reality was not an abstract news report, it was the quiet, hollowed-out look in All Might's eyes and the grim set of Aizawa's jaw. It was the birth of the dorm system, a decision born of equal parts protection and control, transforming their school into a gilded fortress. Height Alliance, as it was so grandly named, felt less like a dormitory and more like a den. For Izuku Midoriya, the scent of the place was a complex tapestry of nearly 24 distinct individuals. A cacophony that his senses were still learning to parse. But within that chaos was a core, a familiar and grounding scent signature that was his alone to truly perceive. The ozone and rain petrichor of Ochako, the faint, clean aroma of high-grade machine oil and paper from Momo, the sharp, electric tang of static and leather from Kyoka, the sweet-sour burst of cherry blossoms and acid from Mina. And the earthy, grounding scent of cedar and fighting spirit from Itsuka. This was the scent of his pack, and in this new, uncertain world, it was the only territory that felt truly safe. The common room was a hub of fragile, forced normalcy. On a large sofa, Kaminari and Shiro were locked in a noisy, button-mashing video game battle, their shouts echoing in the high-ceilinged space. At the kitchen counter, Sato was explaining the delicate chemistry of a perfect chiffon cake to a surprisingly engrossed Tokiyami. It was a picture of teenage life, painstaking, NGLY reassembled from the wreckage of Kamino. Yet, beneath it all, a low hum of anxiety persisted, a frequency only Izuku seemed fully attuned to. He sat at a low table with his pack, ostensibly help. In Kendo review schematics for a new joint training exercise between their classes. In reality, his attention was divided. His gaze would drift, his eyes, still holding a faint golden sheen in their emerald depths, scanning the room. He catalogued every exit, noted the stress in Ida's posture as he lectured the gamers, felt the subtle shift in the air as Todoroki passed by, a silent specter of cold and heat. The alpha in him was on high alert, the instincts that had screamed at him in Hosu and roared in the training camp now a constant, vigilant whisper at the base of his skull. The brief, terrifying moment of disconnection from his pack during the Kamino rescue, a cold, empty void where their warmth should have been, courtesy of the woman called Talon, had taught him a harsh lesson. His strength was not just his own. It was a shared, symbiotic current, and there were forces that knew how to sever it. "You're 1,000 kilometers away, Midoriya," Itsuka's voice cut through his thoughts, low and steady. She tapped a schematic with a gloved finger. "I was asking about placing a defensive line here, near the collapsed bridge section." Izuku blinked, focusing. He leaned over the blueprints, his scent, a mix of forest floor, ozone, and something ancient and wild, a comforting presence to the girls around him. "No," he said, his voice a quiet rumble. "It's a bottleneck. They'll expect a defense there. Use it as a lure instead." "Mina," he glanced at the pink-skinned girl, who was doodling little dancing aliens in the margins of her notebook, "you create a slick field 50 meters back. Jiro, from this vantage point, you can hit them with a targeted sonic burst the moment they commit to the bottleneck. Momo, you'll have traps ready for when they scatter. Ochako, you'll be on extraction, getting our hostages out while they're disoriented. Kendo, you and I will be the hammer when they try to reform." He laid it out in less than 30 seconds, a seamless, predatory strategy that utilized every member's strengths. The girls didn't question it. They simply nodded, a silent, perfect understanding passing between them. This was their new normal. The bond between them had deepened, evolving beyond the heat of the moment's synergy. It was a constant presence now, a low-level telepathic link that buzzed with shared feelings and intentions. They knew he was worried, and he knew they were ready. Momo placed a gentle hand on his arm, her touch a silent inquiry. "Are you okay?" He gave her a small, reassuring smile, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. "Just vigilant." As then that a different sound cut through the noise of the dorm. It was faint at first, a distant, rhythmic chopping that grew steadily closer. Kyoka's head tilted, her ear jacks twitching almost imperceptibly. "Helicopters," she murmured, her brow furrowing. "Military grade. 3 of them. And ground vehicles. A lot of them. They're not on the main road. They're approaching from the service access route." Izuku was on his feet before she finished the sentence, his body moving with a fluid grace that belied the sudden tension coiling in his muscles. His pack rose with him, a single, unified entity. The video game controllers clattered to the floor as Kaminari and Zero stared, bewildered. The quiet hum of anxiety in the room had just crescendoed into a screaming alarm. "What's going on?" Kirishima asked, his usual cheerful demeanor replaced by a wary frown. Izuku didn't answer. He was already moving toward the large bay windows that overlooked the expansive UA grounds, his senses stretching out, tasting the air. He smelled diesel fumes, weapon lubricant, and the sterile, antiseptic scent of a bureaucracy on the march. And beneath it all, one familiar, chilling aroma, the cold, metallic scent of the pack breaker. Talon. He saw them then, a convoy of sleek, black-armored vehicles, bearing no official police or military markings, rolled to a stop just outside the gates of Hyde Alliance. They moved with an unnerving, silent efficiency. Doors opened in unison, and dozens of figures emerged. They were clad in matte black tactical gear, their faces obscured by polarized visors, their hands holding advanced, non-lethal suppression rifles. They fanned out, forming a perimeter, their movements precise and disciplined. They were not villains. They were soldiers. From the lead vehicle, 2 figures emerged. The first was the woman, Talon. Her hair was pulled back in a severe bun, and her eyes, cold and analytical, immediately found Izuku in the window, as if she could see him through the reinforced glass. The second was a man whose face was already etched into Izuku's memory from news reports and police press conferences. It was Kenji Suragame, the chief of police's brother. A man known for his ruthless efficiency and iron-fisted approach to public safety. But today, he wasn't wearing a police uniform. He was dressed in a sharp, tailored black suit that looked more like a uniform than his brothers ever did. He radiated an aura of absolute, unyielding authority. The main doors to the dorm building slid open. Aizawa stood there, flanked by a tired-looking All Might in his skeletal form. And stepping out in front of them both, looking utterly unfazed, was Principal Nezu. Director Suragame. Nezu's voice was chipper, yet it carried across the manicured lawn with chilling clarity. "To what do we owe the pleasure of this, rather dramatic house call? If you wanted a tour of our new state-of-the-art dormitory facilities, a simple phone call would have sufficed." The siege of UA had begun. The air on the lawn was thick with unspoken threats. The ACU agents stood like statues, a silent, intimidating wall of black armor and advanced weaponry. Zuko and his pack had moved from the window to stand a dozen paces behind their principal, a silent show of solidarity. The rest of Class 1A and several members of 1B, drawn by the commotion, gathered on the steps of the dorm. A bewildered and nervous crowd. Kenji Saragame's face was a granite mask of bureaucratic certainty. He held up a datapad, its screen glowing with the seal of the Public Hero Safety Commission. Principal Nezu, this is no social call. I am here on the authority of the Commission's Special Oversight Committee. We have a warrant for the immediate containment and evaluation of the student known as Izuku Midoriya. A collective gasp went through the assembled students. Ida's hand flew up in a rigid chop. Containment. On what grounds? Midoriya is a hero. He acted to save a fellow student. Saragame's cold eyes flickered towards Iida, dismissing him in an instant before returning to Nezu. He is an unregistered, unclassified entity of immense power who acted as a vigilante during the Camino incident, directly violating emergency protocols and endangering himself and 6 other students. He operated without a license and without direct hero supervision in a high-threat environment. Legally, the justification is airtight. He is to be taken into our protective custody until his abilities can be fully assessed and a determination can be made about his future viability as a hero asset. The term, asset, hung in the air, cold and dehumanizing. All Might took a step forward, a protective anger simmering in his hollowed cheeks. Director, this is absurd. He's a boy, a student, my student. He showed courage and resourcefulness. He showed a reckless disregard for a clearly established chain of command. Saragame cut him off, his tone sharp, disrespectful. It was a clear power play. A demonstration that the era of All Might was over. Your sentimentality is noted, Yagi-san, but it is irrelevant. We are no longer in an age where individual power can go unchecked. We require order, control. The boy represents the antithesis of that. Nezu's smile didn't waver, but his eyes glittered with a dangerous intelligence. An interesting interpretation of the law, Director. One might argue that UA, as a government-sanctioned educational institution with special autonomy, has primary jurisdiction over its students, particularly when they are on school grounds. This warrant seems aggressive. An overreach, perhaps. The warrant has a special addendum citing matters of national security, Saragame countered smoothly. His power source is not a registered quirk. He is, for all intents and purposes, a walking black box. The Commission has a duty to understand what's inside that box before it decides to tick. This was the crux of it. This wasn't about Camino. Camino was just the excuse. This was about what Izuku was. Izuku stood his ground, his senses taking in everything. He could hear the faint electronic hum of the ACU's comms. The controlled breathing of the agents, the frantic, terrified heartbeat of Mineta hiding at the back of the crowd. He smelled Saragame's cold ambition and the strange, sterile emptiness that seemed to cling to Talon. He felt the unwavering loyalty of his pack behind him, a warm, solid wall of energy at his back. Ochako's fists were clenched so tightly her knuckles were white, a faint shimmer of pink energy playing around them. She was a breath away from launching the lead vehicle into orbit. Momo stood tall and poised, but her mind was racing, her eyes darting from the agents' rifles to their formation, calculating angles, material requirements for shields, and the explosive yield necessary to create a sufficient diversion. Kyoka's jacks were pressed subtly against the ground, mapping the entire scene through vibration and sound, feeding a constant stream of tactical data into the back of Izuku's mind through their bond. Mina's usual bubbly energy had been compressed into a dangerous, predatory stillness. Her black and yellow eyes fixed on Talon. Kendo stood beside him, her large hands clenched, her presence a silent declaration. You want him, you go through all of us. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Izuku's voice cut through the tense standoff. It wasn't loud, but it was deep, resonant, and carried an innate authority that made everyone, student, teacher, and soldier, turn to look at him. He took a step forward, positioning himself slightly ahead of Nezu and Aizawa. It was a deliberate act, taking the focus, claiming his place at the center of the conflict. You speak of control and order. Director, But your methods create fear and instability. You speak of the law, but you use it as a weapon to seize a student from his school. This is not about national security. This is about power. You see something you don't understand, and your only instinct is to put it in a cage. Saragame's lip curled in a semblance of a smile. A clever beast. You can speak the language of reason. Good. Then perhaps you will understand this. He gestured to Talon, who stepped forward and activated a holographic projector on her wrist. A series of images flared to life in the air between them. The first was an old, sepia-toned photograph of a massive fire, engulfing what looked like an entire city. The Great Kanto Fire of 1923, Saragame said, his voice like a museum curator's. Official history blames an earthquake. The truth, buried in the Commission's deepest archives, is a man whose body could generate uncontrolled plasma. A progenitor. He lost control of his abilities for less than 10 minutes. The result was 100,000 dead. The image changed to a grainy, black and white video of a small island disappearing beneath the waves in a massive whirlpool. The sinking of Hashima Island, 1974. Attributed to typhoon damage and mining collapses. The reality was a woman with a gravitic power so immense she accidentally created a localized singularity. Another progenitor. He showed another image, this one a modern satellite photo of a vast, glassed desert crater in Siberia. The Tunguska event was not a meteor. It was a progenitor, with a kinetic output quirk that went critical. His lineage ended there. The students stared in stunned silence. The word Saragame had used, progenitor, was unknown to them, but its meaning was terrifyingly clear from the context. The dawn of quirks did not erase what came before, Saragame continued, his voice dropping, becoming almost hypnotic. There are ancient bloodlines, powerful lineages from before the age of quirks. Powers that are not singular abilities, but deeply integrated biological systems. We call them the progenitor lines. They are rarer, more powerful, and infinitely more unstable than any quirk. The Apex Control Unit, the ACU, was founded with a single, secret mandate, to monitor, manage, and, if necessary, neutralize these threats before they can unmake our world. You, Izuku Midoriya, are the last living descendant of the dire wolf lineage. The last alpha, a predator king from a forgotten age. The revelation slammed into Izuku with physical force. Dire wolf. The name resonated deep in his bones. An echo of a forgotten memory. The nightmares of the great serpent, the visions of a pack of giant wolves fighting under a blood-red moon, it all snapped into a terrifying, cohesive focus. He wasn't just a boy with a strange power. He was a legacy, the last remnant of a species. Saragame deactivated the projector. His gaze was sharp, piercing. We are not here to punish you, boy. We are here to prevent another catastrophe. Your actions at Camino, your ability to form these intense loyalty bonds with your classmates, it follows the pattern. Progenitors have an innate, often uncontrollable, influence over those around them. They gather followers, create packs, build armies. It's instinct. You can't help it. And when you inevitably lose control, the devastation will be unimaginable. He gestured to Ochako, Momo, and the others. These children don't follow you by choice. They are compelled by your biological imperative. They are your first victims. A furious growl rumbled in Mina's chest. That's a lie. We chose him. Did you? Saragame asked, his voice laced with pity. Or did his power choose for you? Can you honestly say that the feelings of loyalty you have are entirely your own? He had found their greatest strength and was trying to twist it into a poison. He was trying to break the pack from the inside out. But he had underestimated the bond. It wasn't a one-way street of command and control. It was a network of shared strength, trust, and genuine affection. Izuku felt their outrage, their fierce, protective denial wash through their connection. Reinforcing his own resolve, Saragame turned his full attention back to Izuku, seeing the unwavering loyalty in the girl's eyes. He changed tactics, moving to the final stage of his plan. So, this brings us to your choice, Midoriya. It is a simple one. You have two paths. Path 1, he said, holding up a single finger. You come with us, willingly. You cooperate with our research. You allow us to train you, to help you understand and control your abilities. You will become the greatest asset this country has ever known, a precision weapon to be deployed under authority against the threats that are coming for our society. Your friends here will be cleared of all charges, and your future as a hero, albeit a specialized one, will be assured. He paused, letting the offer sink in. It was a gilded cage, a promise of power in exchange for a lifetime on a leash. Path 2, he continued, his voice hardening, losing all pretense of civility. You refuse. You resist. In doing so, you will be classified as a Grade S rogue progenitor threat. UA will be charged with harboring a fugitive biological weapon. Your teachers, your friends, everyone who stands with you today will be named as accomplices, their hero careers ending before they even begin. We will be forced to use escalating measures to subdue you. You will make this school a war zone, and you will drag everyone you care about down with you. He spread his hands, a gesture of false magnanimity. Serve on a leash, or reign in the ruins. The choice is yours, Alpha. The silence that followed was absolute. The weight of the ultimatum pressed down on everyone. Every student, every teacher, looked at Izuku. The fate of their school, of their very futures, rested on his shoulders. This was the moment Saragame had engineered. A moment designed to isolate him, to crush him under the weight of responsibility until he had no choice but to submit. Izuku looked at his pack. He saw Ochako's tear-filled but defiant eyes. He saw Momo's quiet, unshakable faith. He saw Kyoka's fierce determination, Mina's explosive loyalty, Kendo's solid, unwavering strength. Saragame thought he was off, earing Izuku a choice between himself and his friends. He didn't understand. There was no himself without them. They were one. He then looked past them, at Kirishima, Todoroki, Iida, and the others. He saw their fear, their confusion, but also a glimmer of hope. They were looking to him not as a monster or a weapon, but as their friend, their leader. He turned back to Saragame. The gold in his irises seemed to burn a little brighter, a little hotter. The primal, predatory energy that he usually kept tightly leashed was allowed to bleed into his posture, his presence. The air grew heavy, charged with a palpable pressure. The ACU agents shifted, their rifles raising an almost imperceptible inch. When Izuku spoke, his voice was not the growl Saragame expected. It was calm, it was measured, and it was utterly, terrifyingly certain. You offer me a choice, Director, but you only see two paths because your understanding is limited, Izuku said, his gaze pinning Saragame in place. You see a weapon to be controlled or a monster to be caged. You were wrong on both counts. He took another step forward, closing the distance until he was only a few meters away from the director. Talon tensed, her hand moving to a device on her belt, but Saragame held up a hand to stop her. My power is not a weapon, Izuku declared, his voice resonating not just in their ears, but in their very bones. It is a responsibility, and this, he gestured behind him to the assembled students and faculty, is not a collection of victims under my influence. This is my pack, my territory. Every student, every teacher, every blade of grass on these grounds is under my protection. His eyes met Saragame's, an alpha staring down a challenger. My pack and I are not your weapons. We are heroes. We will defend this country. We will fight the villains. We will protect the innocent. We will do it our way, as students of UA. Hi, your authority ends at that gate. He raised his chin, his essence swelling until it felt as if he were a giant standing before them. You threaten my friends. You threaten my school. You have come into my territory and tried to put a leash on me. So let me offer you a choice, Director. Leave, now, or learn, in the most direct way possible, that you are not the apex predator here. If you want a war with us, you will have it. But know this, you will not be fighting a single, isolated boy. You will be fighting UA, and all the heroes within it. It was a declaration of war, delivered with the chilling calm of absolute conviction. For a moment, Saragame seemed genuinely taken aback. He had expected fear, or rage, or a desperate plea. He had not expected this regal, unshakable authority. He saw it then, reflected in the eyes of the students behind Izuku. They weren't afraid. They were inspired. They were ready to fight. Before the director could formulate a response, another figure stepped forward. Shota Aizawa moved to stand beside Izuku. his capture weapon writhing faintly around his neck, his tired eyes burning with a sudden, fierce intensity. He's right. Aizawa's voice was a low, dangerous drawl. His paperwork says he's in Class 1A. His homeroom teacher is me. He is my student. Aizawa's eyes flared, his hair levitating as he activated his quirk, a useless gesture against Izuku but a powerful symbol to everyone else. The raw, palpable killing intent he usually reserved for villains was now directed squarely at the director of the ACU. And you are not taking my student. If you want him, Aizawa said, his voice drove pping to a near whisper that was more terrifying than any shout, you'll go through me first. That was the final blow. A confrontation with a student, even a progenitor, was one thing. A firefight with a pro-hero and UA faculty member. On UA grounds, in full view of two classes of hero students. The political fallout would be catastrophic. Suragame had lost control of the situation. His gambit had failed. He had tried to isolate the Alpha, and had instead united the entire territory against him. Suragame's face was a mask of cold fury. He stared at Izuku, at Aizawa, at Nezu's smugly smiling face. He had the firepower to take the boy, but he had lost the justification to use it. For now, he gave a curt, almost invisible nod. The ACU agents lowered their weapons in perfect unison. The tension on the lawn broke. But it did not dissipate. It simply changed its nature. This is not over, Suragame hissed, his voice low enough that only Izuku and those closest could hear. We have laws, procedures, but you've made your position clear. He looked directly at Izuku, his eyes filled with a mixture of hatred and a strange, clinical fascination. You refuse the leash. Very well. He turned and strode back to his vehicle, Talon falling into step behind him. As he reached the door, he paused and looked back one last time, a cruel, thin smile on his lips. The leash is off, monster. We'll see how long you can control yourself before you burn the whole world down around you. The doors of the armored vehicles shut. With the same silent efficiency with which they arrived, the convoy turned and drove away, leaving a stunned silence in its wake. They had won. They had stood against the government's secret power and forced it to retreat. But as Izuku watched the last vehicle disappear, he felt no triumph. He felt only the cold certainty that the real battle had just been declared. The aftermath was a strange, muted affair. The initial rush of adrenaline gave way to a heavy exhaustion. Nezu quickly dismissed the other students, his words calm and reassuring, though everyone knew that a fundamental boundary had been crossed. UA was no longer just a school. It was a sanctuary, and a fortress. Aizawa clapped a heavy hand on Izuku's shoulder. You did good, problem child, he grunted, the highest praise the man was capable of. But this has made things complicated. Get inside. We all need to talk. Inside the common room, the atmosphere was thick with a mixture of relief and dread. The pack gathered around Izuku, a silent, protective circle. Ochako finally let her tears fall, not of fear, but of pride and relief, burying her face in his shoulder. Mina punched his arm, her usual playfulness tempered with a fierce intensity. That was some speech, pack leader. Gave me goosebumps. Momo, ever the pragmatist, was already thinking ahead. They will not stop. Suragame revealed his entire hand. The progenitor files, the ACU's mandate, he did that to intimidate us. But it was a tactical error. Knowledge is power. We need to learn everything we can about these progenitors and the ACU. Izuku nodded, his mind a whirlwind. He was the last alpha. A dire wolf, a relic of an ancient world. Now a target in a new one. The weight of it was immense, a pressure that would have crushed him only months ago. But he wasn't alone. He felt the steady, reassuring presence of his pack. Their loyalty and unbreakable shield around him. They hadn't flinched. They hadn't doubted. When Suragame had tried to poison their bond, they had held firm. Their loyalty wasn't a product of his power. His power was magnified by their loyalty. As the evening wore on and a fragile sense of calm returned, Izuku found himself standing by the window once more, looking out into the gathering dark. The day's events replayed in his mind, the tension, the words, the threats. He was so focused, so attuned to the lingering scent of the ACU, that he didn't notice when he began to drift. The sounds of the dorm faded, the lights seemed to dim, and the world outside the window warped and twisted. His senses exploded outward, no longer bound by his physical body. He felt the pulse of the city, the thrum of the earth, the cold void of the night sky. And then, he felt something else. A presence, ancient, vast, and utterly malevolent. It was the same entity from his nightmares, but it was no longer a dream. It was awake, it was aware, and it was hunting. The world dissolved into a vision of blood and shadow. He saw a colossal serpent, a beast of impossible scale, its body coiled around mountains. Its multiple heads swaying like trees in a hurricane. Each head had eyes that burned like dying stars, and they were all fixed on him. The Orochi, the ancient enemy, it let out a hiss that was not a sound, but a vibration of pure despair that rattled Izuku's soul. The vision shifted. He was no longer looking at the great beast, but through its eyes. He saw the world tinted in a sickening, infrared haze. He saw packs of giant, spectral wolves, his ancestors, fleeing before the serpent's onslaught, devoured by shadows and venom. He felt the Orochi's ancient, all-consuming hunger. A hunger for power, for life, for the last spark of the wolf lineage that had always defied it. Then, the vision focused, sharpening with terrifying clarity on a single figure. It was Talon, the ACU's pack breaker, sitting in a sterile debriefing room, reporting to Saragame. For a fleeting, horrifying instant, her face was overlaid with a reptilian visage. Her pupils became vertical slits, and her cold, analytical eyes glowed with the same faint, serpentine light as the Orochi's. The connection was undeniable. She was not just an agent of the ACU. She was a vector, a pawn, unknowingly, or perhaps knowingly, touched by the greater, more ancient threat. The vision shattered, and Izuku stumbled back from the window, gasping for breath, a cold sweat slicking his skin. His heart hammered against his ribs like a trapped bird. Ochako was at his side in an instant, her hands on his arms, her face etched with worry. Izuku, what is it? What's wrong? He looked at her, then at the rest of his pack, who were now watching him with concern. He saw their strength, their trust, their light. And he knew, with a chilling certainty that settled deep in his bones, that the man Who had stood on their lawn today was not his true enemy. Saragame was merely a jackal, snapping at the heels of a far greater conflict. The true hunt had just begun, and the Orochi was coming for them all. Chapter 8. The Alpha's Roar. The first siren was a lone, mournful cry in the late afternoon haze, a single thread of sound against the city's usual tapestry of traffic and life. For Izuku Midoriya, it was a discordant note in a symphony he was always listening to. He stood on the rooftop of a training facility with his pack, the wind pulling at his green-black hair, his senses already sifting through the layers of Musudafu. He could smell the coming rain on the air, taste the ozone from the Shinkansen line 3 clicks away, and hear the frantic, spiking heartbeats of civilians half a block over as the siren's call was answered by another, and then a dozen more. The city was screaming. What is that? Ochako asked, her brow furrowed as she shaded her eyes, looking towards the place. Fume of black smoke now rising from the downtown district. Her connection to Izuku was a warm, steady hum at the base of his skull, a comforting presence that was now tinged with her own rising anxiety. Trouble, Kyoka Jiro answered, one earphone jack already trailing from her lobe, plugged into the rooftop's concrete balustrade. Her eyes were closed, her face a mask of concentration. It's everywhere. Explosions near the harbor, a structural collapse in the Kiyoshi Ward shopping district. Something big is on the move on the Central Expressway. She pulled her jack out with a soft pop. This isn't random. The timing is too perfect. It's a coordinated attack. Izuku's eyes, a brilliant, feral gold that had long since replaced their natural green in moments of high alert, scanned the horizon. He didn't need Jiro's jacks to feel the wrongness of it all. The very air vibrated with panic, a scent as potent as blood in the water. This was an invasion, a violation of the territory he had unconsciously claimed as his own. A low growl rumbled in his chest, an involuntary response to the threat. Momo Yaoyorozu was already tapping at a wrist-mounted device, her expression grim. Jiro's right. Multiple villain sightings have been confirmed across 7 different sectors. Pro-heroes are being stretched thin. We just got a general mobilization order from the school, all hero course student TS with provisional licenses are authorized to assist in civilian evacuation and support roles under assigned pro supervision. Heck yeah, time to get to it. Mina Ishido bounced on the balls of her feet. Her usual effervescence sharpened into a predatory eagerness. She cracked her knuckles, a thin trail of acid sizzling harmlessly in the air. This feels too convenient, Itsuka Kendo said, her voice steady and analytical. As the leader of her own class, she recognized the hallmarks of a strategy. They're spreading the heroes out, creating chaos. But for what purpose? Izuku knew. The thought landed in his mind with the cold, heavy finality of a predator's pounce. This wasn't about the city. This was about them. This was the government's leash, pulled taut. Suragame's promise. The leash is off, monster. Before he could voice his suspicion, their supervising pro, the veteran hero fourth kind, landed heavily on the roof. All right, you heard the call. Yaoyorozu, you're with me downtown. We need large-scale barricades and capture implements. Kendo, Ishido, you're assigned to Hawks, he's handling the expressway incident. Uraraka, Jiro, Midoriya, you're with Edgeshot in Kiyoshi Ward. It's a search and rescue operation. Move, now. The pack shared a single look. The bond between them flared, a silent, instantaneous communication. Stay sharp. This is a hunt, and we might be the prey. They didn't question the orders. Didn't hesitate. To do so would be to show weakness, to give their unseen enemies an excuse. They moved as one, a unit of disparate powers woven together by a primal, unbreakable loyalty. Izuku vaulted over the edge of the roof, landing in a four-point crouch on the street below, the asphalt groaning under the impact. He looked back up at Ochako and Jiro as they descended more conventionally. His senses were screaming, 1,000 warning signals firing at once. The scent of ozone was too strong, not just from the trains, but from high-yield electronics. The low-frequency hum of something powerful and hidden tickled the edge of his hearing. It was a trap. The city was the bait, and he was the target. He just didn't know when the jaws would spring shut. The Kiyoshi Ward was a nightmare of twisted steel and shattered glass. A multi-story shopping complex had been partially leveled, the culprit, a villain with a gigantification quirk, already subdued by the time they arrived. The problem was the unstable structure and the dozens of civilians trapped inside. Edgeshot, a whisper-thin shadow of a man, was already coordinating the other heroes on site. Midoriya, the pro-hero's voice was as sharp and thin as his body. Your senses. Pinpoint the survivors. Jiro, confirm with your acoustics. Uraraka, you're on debris removal. Lighten the heavy pieces so we can move them without causing a secondary collapse. Izuku didn't need to be told twice. He closed his eyes, filtering out the cacophony of sirens and shouts. He focused, pushing his senses outwards, casting a net of awareness into the wreckage. He could hear the frantic drumming of a child's heart, buried under 3 floors of pancaked concrete. He could smell the faint, coppery tan G of blood from a group of 4 people trapped in what was once a basement storage room. He felt the subtle vibrations of a man tapping a rhythmic SOS against a steel support beam. Got them, he said, his voice a low growl. 3 locations. Child, 3rd floor, east corner. 4 adults, sub-level 1, north side. 1 more, 2nd floor, west, pinned by an I-beam. Jiro plugged her jacks into a solid wall, her eyes widening. He's right, I can hear them all. The kids crying. The people in the basement are conscious, but one is breathing shallowly. The guy under the beam, his heartbeat is weak. The 3 of them moved in perfect sync, a testament to the bond that flowed between them. There were no wasted words, no hesitant commands. Izuku would point, Jiro would confirm the structural integrity, and Ochako would touch a multi-ton slab of concrete, rendering it as light as a child's toy for Izuku to hurl aside. They were a well-oiled machine of rescue, their efficiency drawing stares from the other pros. Izuku's strength was terrifying, yes, but it was the seamless, silent coordination that was truly unnerving to outsiders. They moved as if they shared a single mind. They had just pulled the last of the 4 adults from the basement when the world went wrong. It started not with a sound or a sight, but with a feeling. A cold, surgical severing. One moment, the warm, comfo. RTING hum of his bond with Ochako and Jiro was a constant presence, a river of shared strength and awareness. The next, it was gone. Sliced away. The sudden silence in his head was deafening, a psychic amputation that left him staggering. Clutching his temples, the world, once a vibrant tapestry of shared sensation, snapped back into the flat, lonely perspective of a single being. He felt a wave of vertigo. A profound sense of loss that was so acute it felt like a physical blow. He looked over at the girls. Ochako had stumbled, her face pale, her hands trembling as she looked at him with wide, confused eyes. Jiro had cried out, ripping her jacks from the wall as if they'd been superheated, a thin trickle of blood running from her earlobe. The link wasn't just gone, it felt like it had been violently torn out. What was that? Ochako whispered, her voice shaking. Before Izuku could answer, shadows detached themselves from the surrounding alleyways. They wore matte black tactical gear, their faces obscured by polarized visors. They moved with the silent, disciplined efficiency of special forces, forming a perimeter around them. There were at least a dozen of them, armed with strange, bulky rifles that hummed with a low, threatening energy. Izuku's alpha instincts, momentarily stunned by the psychic shock, roared back to life. He pushed Ochako and Jiro behind him, his body sinking into a low, predatory crouch. His canines elongated, his eyes blazing gold in the dim light of the ruined building. A growl that sounded like grinding stone echoed from his chest. These were not villains. They were hunters. His hunters. From the center of their formation, a figure emerged. A woman, tall and lithe, clad in the same black gear but without a helmet. Her hair was a stark, clinical white, cut in a severe bob. Her eyes were a pale, icy blue, and they held no malice, no anger, only the detached focus of a surgeon about to make an incision. On her shoulder was an insignia, a stylized wolf's head, shackled and bound. The Apex Control Unit, Izuku Midoriya, she said, her voice as cold and sterile as her gaze. Designation: Progenitor Alpha. By the authority of the Pubble, IC Hero Safety Commission's Apex Control Unit, you are to be taken into protective custody. Do not resist. Stay behind me, Izuku snarled to the girls, not taking his eyes off the woman. He could feel their fear, a sharp, acrid scent in the air. Without the bond, he couldn't share his strength, couldn't reassure them with a wave of his own calm resolve. They were alone in their own heads, and it terrified them. My name is Talon, the woman continued, taking a slow step forward. My quirk is called Sever. It allows me to temporarily disrupt the bioenergetic links between individuals. Little Pack Bond is a fascinating application of it, but it is now offline. You are alone. One of the ACU agents raised his rifle. It wasn't a gun in the traditional sense. A large, dish-like emitter on the barrel began to glow. Sonic dampeners active. Don't bother roaring, monster. No one will hear you. Another agent activated his own device, and a strange, shimmering field enveloped them. Energy field deployed. Your packmate's quirks will be sluggish. Ochako tried to activate her quirk on a nearby piece of rubble, her brow furrowed in concentration. The pink glow on her fingertips flickered weakly and died. I can't focus. Talon smiled, a thin, cruel curve of her lips. We came prepared. We have studied you, Izuku Midoriya. Your strength is your pack. Without it, you are just a cornered animal. Izuku's growl deepened. Cornered animals were the most dangerous. He could feel the rage building, a hot, primal fire. They had hurt his pack. They had taken something precious from them, from him. He didn't care about their authority or their justifications. They had crossed a line that could only be answered with violence. He gathered himself to spring, to tear through the nearest agent and rip this Talon apart. But then, a new scent hit his nostrils, carried on the dust-choked air. It was a smell of ancient stone, of deep earth, and of something reptilian and wrong. It was the scent of ozone and decay, the scent from his nightmares. The smell of the Orochi. And it was coming from UA. His head snapped in the direction of the school, miles away. He couldn't see it, but he could feel it. A beacon of wrongness had just been lit in the heart of his territory. A cold dread, colder than any fear he had ever felt, washed over him. This ambush, this carefully orchestrated trap, it wasn't just about capturing him here. It was a feint. The real attack was on his home. On the rest of his friends. On the unprepared staff and students. He was faced with an impossible choice. Stay and fight for the two packmates with him, or abandon them to this specialized unit to race back and defend his territory from a far greater, unknown threat. The alpha in him screamed. Med two contradictory commands. Never abandon the pack, and protect the territory at all costs. He looked at Talon, her smug, confident expression grating on his every nerve. Then he looked back at Ochako and Jiro. Their fear was palpable, but as they met his gaze, something else sparked in their eyes. Resolve. Jiro, despite the blood on her ear and the disorienting sonic field, stabbed one of her jacks into the ground. It was a struggle, but she managed it. Their boots, they're magnetically clamped. It's how they're staying grounded. Weak point is the ankle joint. Ochako took a deep, shaky breath, balling her hands into fists. The fear was still there, but it was now overlaid with a fierce, protective anger of her own. We're not helpless, Izuku. We are members of your pack. We are not the ones who need protecting right now. Her words struck him with the force of a physical blow. The bond was more than just his power flowing into them. It was a two-way street. He had given them strength, and in return, they had given him their loyalty, their trust. A loyalty that existed with or without his bioenergetic link. Their courage was their own. Their resolve was their own. They were not his extensions. They were his partners. The realization was a key turning a lock in his mind. He didn't have to choose. He had to trust. Kendo is leading the others, he said, his voice low and urgent. They'll handle their fight. You handle this one. I trust you. He met Talon's icy gaze one last time. You made a mistake, he snarled. You think you cut the head off the snake. But my pack, every single one of them is a fang. Without another word, he exploded. Not at the agents, but backwards. He slammed through the ruined wall behind him, ignoring the scrape of rebar and concrete. He hit the street outside and didn't stop. Dropping to all fours, his human form blurred into something more primal. His knuckles hit the pavement, then his feet, claws he didn't normally possess. Extending from his fingertips and digging into the asphalt for traction. He became a green and black blur, a low-slung predator moving with impossible speed. The race to Ua had begun. Talon watched him go, her expression unreadable. Her mission was to capture the Alpha. His flight was an unexpected complication, but not a catastrophic one. He's running, one of the agents reported. Towards UA. Let him, Talon said calmly, turning her attention back to the two girls who now stood alone, defiant, amidst the wreckage. Our primary objective was to separate him from his support structure. Now, we secure the assets. Take them. The ACU squad advanced, their sonic rifles raised. Ochako and Jiro stood back to back, a small island in a sea of black-clad hostiles. The severing of the bond had left a gaping void, a cold, lonely space where Izuku's reassuring strength used to be. The energy-dampening field made their quirks feel like trying to run through water. Fear was a cold knot in Ochako's stomach. But Izuku's last words echoed in her mind. I trust you, Jiro, she said, her voice tight. What can you hear? Not much, Jiro grunted, pressing her back firmly against Ochako's. This sonic field is hell. It's like listening through static. But they're comms. They're on a closed frequency, high band. I can just, barely, catch fragments. As the agents closed in, forming a circle, Jiro's eyes widened. It's not just us. They have units engaging Momo's team. And Mina and Kendo's. The pieces clicked into place for Ochako. It was a coordinated strike against all of them. They wanted to dismantle the entire pack. That thought, the image of her friends in danger, ignited a spark of anger that burned away the fear. Izuku trusted them. She had to trust them, too. Then we can't lose here, Ochako said. Her voice hardening. She looked at the approaching agents, at Talon who watched with cold indifference. She wasn't just a student anymore. She was a packmate, and her alpha was counting on her. The ankle joints, she murmured, remembering what Jiro had said. Yeah, but we can't get close enough, Jiro replied, wincing as the ambient sonic disruption pulsed. Maybe we don't have to. Ochako's mind raced, forcing itself to work through the sluggishness of the dampening field. She looked down at the ground, at the shattered concrete and dust. An idea, desperate and crazy, began to form. I have a plan. It's gonna suck. I'm all ears, Jiro said, a wry grin touching her lips. My quirk is weak, but maybe not on small things. Jiro, can you send a vibration through the ground? Just a little one. Jiro nodded, understanding dawning in her eyes. Yeah, I can do that. As the first agent lunged, Ochako slapped her palms onto the dusty ground. She poured every ounce of her concentration into her power, not trying to lift a giant slab, but focusing on the millions of tiny particles of dust and gravel beneath their feet. The pink glow on her fingers flickered, sputtered, but then held. At the same instant, Jiro stomped her foot, sending a low-frequency pulse into the earth. It wasn't an attack, it was a catalyst. The vibration kicked the now weightless cloud of dust and debris into the air. The world erupted in a thick, choking cloud of gray. Vision was reduced to zero. The ACU agents faltered, their disciplined formation breaking. Now, Ochako yelled. She couldn't see, but she didn't need to. She trusted Jiro. Jiro's earphone jacks shot out, not at the agents, but at two large, intact pieces of concrete just outside the main dust cloud. Her heartbeat reverberated through them, not as a destructive blast, but as a sonar ping, mapping the room through sound. Two of them, your left. Three on your right. Talon is holding her position in the center. Jiro's voice was Ochako's eyes. Ochako charged into the blinding dust, using her gunhead martial arts training. She couldn't see her target, but Jiro's guidance was perfect. She sidestepped a clumsy swing, ducked under a grasping hand, and drove her fist into the ankle joint of an agent's magnetic boot. There was a crunch of composite material and a curse of pain as the agent stumbled, his anchor to the ground gone. They were fighting blind, disoriented, and weakened, but they were fighting together. They were proving their alpha right. They were fangs. Miles away, another battle was raging. On the Central Expressway, the chaos was vertical. A villain who called himself Stratosphere had used his quirk to levitate a 10-car section of the highway hundreds of feet into the air, holding dozens of civilians hostage. Hawks was a red blur, plucking people from their cars and ferrying them to safety, but he couldn't be everywhere at once. Kendo, Ashido, keep him distracted. I need to secure the bridge supports before he decides to drop the whole thing. The number 2 hero yelled, his voice barely audible over the wind. Itsuka Kendo and Mina Ashido stood on a stable section of the highway, staring up at the floating island of asphalt and steel. So, big hands, any ideas? Mina shouted, her goggles protecting her eyes from the high-velocity wind. Just one, Kendo yelled back. She activated her quirk, her hands swelling to the size of small cars. Give me a boost. Mina grinned. You got it. She crouched down, her boots secreting a thick layer of acid. She kicked off, not jumping, but sliding up a nearby suspension cable like it was a half-pipe, her acid eating just enough of the surface to give her grip. Kendo jumped onto Mina's back, her giant hands acting as a stabilizer. They shot up the cable with breathtaking speed. They were halfway to their target when the ambush came. Black-clad figures rappelled down from the bottom of the levitating highway section. More ACU agents. Looks like we've got company. Mina cheered, unfazed. But then the woman in the lead, her face grim and severe, pointed a strange device at them. A wave of energy washed over them, and the intangible connection they shared with Izuku, that sense of his presence, his strength, his location, vanished. Kendo gasped, the sudden psychic void making her feel terrifyingly alone. Her concentration faltered, her giant hands shrinking slightly. They wobbled precariously on the cable. Mina cried out, her fluid movements becoming jerky and uncertain. For a split second, they were just two teenage girls, hundreds of feet in the air, facing an enemy they didn't understand. Hold on, Kendo snapped, shaking her head to clear it. She forced herself to focus, her own innate leadership qualities surging to the forefront. Izuku wasn't here. His power wasn't flowing through them. So what? They were still heroes. Mina, evasive maneuvers. Now, Mina's instincts took over. She pushed off the cable. Twisting in midair, she shot a stream of acid at the agents, forcing them to scatter. Kendo used her giant hands to catch a girder on a nearby building, swinging them away from the cable and onto a rooftop. They landed hard. Kendo looked at Mina, whose usual grin was gone, replaced by a look of confusion and hurt. What was that? Mina asked. Izuku. I can't feel him anymore. I know, Kendo said. Her jaw tight, she looked at the ACU agents now converging on their position. They cut us off. This was their plan all along. To divide us. To make us feel weak. She clenched her now normal-sized fists. They're going to be disappointed. She felt a strange sense of clarity. For weeks, she had been leaning on Izuku's strength, following his lead. She had accepted her role in his pack. But she had been an alpha in her own right long before she met him. She was Itsuka Kendo, the big sister of Class 1B. That strength was hers. She looked at Mina, whose wild, chaotic energy was her own unique power. Listen to me, Mina, Kendo said, her voice ringing with an authority that made Mina stand a little straighter. Forget about the bond. We have a job to do. Hawks needs us. Those people need us. We are not weak. Are you with me? Mina looked at Kendo's fierce, determined expression, and her own signature grin slowly returned, sharp and dangerous. Yeah, let's melt some faces, Prez. They turned to face the advancing ACU squad, no longer packmates leaning on their alpha, but two heroes, ready to fight their own battle. Izuku was a force of nature. He didn't run through the city. He carved a path through it. He bounded from rooftop to rooftop, the impacts of his landings cracking concrete. He scaled sheer glass walls, his claws finding purchase where none should exist. The world was a blur of motion, a tunnel of sensory input streamlined for a single purpose, get to Ua. The scent of the Orochi grew stronger with every block. It was an ancient, predatory wrongness that made the dire wolf blood in his veins boil. It smelled of deep water, of petrichor and decay, of scales and venom and a hunger that had slumbered for millennia. Mixed with it was the acrid, chemical smell of quirk usage, the scent of fear from the students, and the sterile, antiseptic odor of the ACU. He saw the scene before he arrived, a tactical map laid out in scents and sounds. A perimeter of ACU agents surrounded the main school building. Inside that perimeter, a battle raged. He could hear Present Mike's shouts, see the flashes of Snipe's bullets. They were fighting, but they were on the defensive. And at the center of it all, on the main lawn where he and his pack had stood against Saragame, was the source of the Orochi scent. A monster. He landed on the roof of the support course building, his claws digging deep grooves into the metal. From his vantage point, he could finally see it. It was a thing of nightmare. It stood over 20 feet tall, a thing mass of serpentine bodies that coalesced into a single, vaguely humanoid torso. It had no legs, instead slithering on a dozen thick, muscular tails. Its skin was a slick, iridescent black, like wet obsidian. Its head was long and crocodilian, but its jaw could split into 4 mandibles, revealing rows upon rows of needle-like teeth. It had 4 arms, each ending in a vicious, scythe-like talon. This was no mere villain. This was a herald, a harbinger of the greater entity that haunted his dreams. The herald of Orochi was chaos incarnate. It was fighting everything. It swatted at Aizawa, who was trying to erase its quirk only to find it had none, just like Izuku. It lashed out at ACU agents, impaling one on a tail spine and flinging him into a wall. Its movements were fluid and unnatural, its strength immense. Director Saragame stood behind the ACU line, his face a mask of cold fury and disbelief. This was not part of his plan. His precise, surgical operation had been contaminated, aided by a variable he couldn't have predicted. This monster had simply appeared, drawn by the conflict, a shark drawn to blood in the water. Izuku didn't care about Saragame or his failed plan. He saw only the monster standing in his territory, threatening his home. A cold, absolute rage, purer and more potent than any emotion he had ever felt, consumed him. This was not the time for strategy. This was not the time for restraint. This was the time for slaughter. He pushed off the roof, a projectile of green-flecked fury. He didn't aim for the ground. He aimed for the monster. He hit the Serpent Herald square in the chest. A thunderous impact that sent a shockwave across the lawn. The creature staggered back, a guttural hiss of surprise and pain escaping its split jaws. Izuku's claws, now nearly a foot long and hard as diamond, had gouged deep trenches in its obsidian hide. He landed in a crouch before it, rising to his full height. He was dwarfed by the creature, but in that moment, all eyes were on him. The fight between UA and the ACU sputtered to a halt. Aizawa, Saragame, the students watching from the dorm windows, they all stared at the boy who now radiated an aura of pure, undiluted predatory dominance. The Serpent Herald recovered, its multiple eyes focusing on him. It recognized him, not as a boy, but as a lineage. As the enemy, it let out a shriek that was a symphony of grinding snakeskin and shattering bone, a sound that promised extinction. Izuku answered with a snarl, planting his feet. "This is my territory," he growled, the words more vibration than sound. "And you are not welcome here." The battle that followed was primal. It was a clash of mythological forces played out on the manicured lawns of a high school. The herald was fast, its tails and talons a whirlwind of death. Izuku was faster. He moved like a phantom, a blur of motion that was impossible to track. He ducked under a scything arm, his own claws flashing out, severing tendons thick as steel cables. He vaulted over a lashing tail, twisting in midair to stomp down on its back, driving it into the ground. The herald was strong. It caught him in a grapple, its forearms squeezing, trying to crush him. Izuku roared, his muscles swelling with primal power, and forced its arms apart with sheer, brute strength. He took blows that would have turned a normal man to paste. A talon slashed across his chest, ripping him open from shoulder to hip. The wound steamed, knitting itself shut in seconds, his dire wolf regeneration working in overdrive. But the herald was relentless. It was an engine of destruction. And for every wound he inflicted, he took one in return. He was being worn down. He could feel his stamina beginning to fade, his regeneration slowing. He was alone. The bonds were still severed. He couldn't draw on his pack's energy. He was driven back, a tail swipe sending him tumbling across the lawn. He landed on one knee, breathing heavily, blood dripping from a dozen minor wounds. The Serpent Herald loomed over him, its quad-hinged jaw opening wide, ready for the killing blow. He could feel its aura, an ancient, cosmic cold that promised nothing but the void. In that moment, he felt a desperate, clawing loneliness. He had trusted his pack, sent them to fight their own battles, but he needed them. Not just their quirks, he needed their presence. The silence in his head was a weakness. An open flank the herald was exploiting. He looked past the monster, at the faces of his teachers, at the ACU agents, at Saragame's cold, calculating stare. He saw the fear in the dorm windows. They were all his to protect. This territory, this pack. His resolve hardened, the desperation burning away, leaving behind a core of pure, unyielding will. He would not fall here. He would not let this creature win. He was the last of his kind. He was an alpha, and his pack needed to hear him. He threw his head back and let out a roar. It was not a sound of anger or pain. It was a sound of pure, primal authority. It was the call of the alpha to his pack, a declaration of dominance to his enemies, and a claim on his territory to the world. It was the sound of a forgotten god reawakening. The roar erupted from him not as sound waves, but as a wave of pure bioenergy, a physical force that blasted outwards. The sonic dampeners the ACU were using shattered, their circuits fried by the sheer power of the broadcast. The ground shook. The windows of the UA building bowed inwards, cracking under the strain. Every human on the campus was thrown to the ground, their hearts seizing in a moment of primal terror as the deepest, most ancient part of their brain recognized the call of an apex predator. The Serpent Herald shrieked, staggering back, its physical form flickering as the raw, life-affirming energy of the Alpha's roar washed over its deathly aura. Across the city, his pack felt it. In the ruined shopping mall, Ochako and Jiro, bruised and battered but victorious over their squad of agents, felt a sudden, explosive return of the bond. It was a tidal wave of strength, of comfort, of pure, unadulterated Izuku. Ochako gasped as warmth flooded her limbs, the exhaustion of her fight vanishing. Jiro cried out, but this time in relief, as the clear, powerful, thrumming beat of her alpha's heart drowned out the ringing in her ears. "He needs us," the bond screamed. On a rooftop overlooking the expressway, Kendo and Mina, standing amidst the groaning forms of their own defeated ACU squad, felt the same surge. Kendo felt his unwavering leadership course through her, a silent command and a desperate plea all in one. Mina felt his wild, untamed energy ignite her own, a jolt of pure adrenaline. Home is in danger. Even miles away, Momo, Ha. Ving systematically dismantled her own ambush with calculated traps and overwhelming firepower, felt the roar. It washed over her, a wave of incandescent power that solidified her resolve. She looked towards Ua, her expression hardening. The pack is being summoned. Izuku felt them answer. One by one, their own energies flooded back into him through the newly re-established bonds. Ochako's fierce tenacity, Jiro's sharp perception, Kendo's unyielding stability, Mina's chaotic joy, Momo's brilliant strategy. It was like 5 rivers flowing into a single sea, and the sea was rising. He surged to his feet, his body crackling with newfound power. His wounds sealed instantly, his eyes burned with the light of a golden star. The Serpent Herald, recovered from the initial shock, lunged again. This time, Izuku met it head-on. He didn't just stop its charge, he overpowered it, driving it back, his claws sinking deep into its flesh. He was no longer just one wolf. He was the heart of a pack, and he wielded their combined strength. A pink glow surrounded the Herald's feet as Ochako, miles away but connected as if she were standing right beside him, focused her will through the bond, making the ground beneath the monster subtly lose its purchase. The creature stumbled. Izuku felt a sudden, intricate understanding of the creature's internal structure, a schematic of sonic weaknesses laid bare in his mind, Jiro's contribution. He roared again and struck the creature's chest, not with his claws, but with a focused blast of Jiro's own heartbeat, amplified 1,000 times by his own power. The Herald's obsidian plates cracked. Then came the tactical brilliance of Momo. An idea, fully formed, bloomed in Izuku's mind. Its core. It regenerates from a central core. Overwhelm it. As if on cue, a pink and green blur shot over the Ua wall. Mina Ishido, propelled by an explosion created by Momo and launched by Kendo, came flying in, a whirlwind of acid and adrenaline. She had raced back ahead of the others. Yo, pack leader, miss me, she yelled, landing in a perfect slide on a film of her own acid. She was the first to arrive, but the others were right behind her. Commandeer. Ed Nu's helicopter was making an emergency landing near the gate, Kendo, Momo, Ochako, and Jiro leaping out before it even touched down. They ran towards him, their faces grim but resolute. Talon and the remaining ACU forces, having converged on Ua as their fallback point, could only watch in stunned horror. Their plan to divide and conquer had failed spectacularly. They had tried to cut the threads of a spiderweb, only to find it was woven from steel cables. Now, Izuku bellowed, the command echoing both aloud and through the bond. The pack struck as one. Mina slid under the flailing Herald, spraying its underside with her most potent acid, melting its hide and exposing the pulsating, sickly green core Momo's insight had revealed. Jiro slammed her jacks into the ground, sending a CUSED seismic blast directly at the creature's unbalanced legs, toppling it. Kendo, her fists massive, delivered a devastating 1-2 punch to the creature's head, stunning it and preventing it from retaliating. Ochako made the creature itself momentarily weightless, causing it to float helplessly an inch above the ground, its thrashing rendered useless. Momo, her jacket already open, had created a cannon. Not one that fired a shell, but one that fired a focused, high-density tungsten spear, supercooled to absolute zero. Fire, she commanded. The spear shot across the lawn, trailing a plume of condensation. It struck the creature's exposed core, the extreme cold causing catastrophic thermal shock. The green core fractured, spider webbing with cracks of black ice. It was Izuku who delivered the final blow. He leapt onto the creature's chest, his hands plunged into the acid-eaten wound, his claws grasping the frozen, shattered core. With a final, guttural roar that was equal parts effort and triumph, he tore it free. The Serpent Herald went rigid. The malevolent light in its eyes died. Its massive body dissolved, not into gore, but into black dust and foul-smelling smoke, owing away on the wind until nothing remained but a scorched patch of grass. Silence descended upon the grounds of Ua. Izuku stood in the center of the devastation, breathing heavily, the dead core in his hand crumbling to dust. His pack formed a circle around him, battered and exhausted, but standing united. The immediate threat was over. Director Saragame stared at the scene, his face pale. His agents were defeated. His containment plan was in ruins. A mythological beast had been slain on school grounds by the very monster he had sought to leash. He had lost, utterly and completely. Nezu, flanked by Aizawa and a recovered All Might in his skeletal form, walked onto the lawn. He stopped before Saragame, his small form radiating an immense, intimidating intelligence. "Director," Nezu said, his voice dangerously calm. "Your unsanctioned, illegal operation on my school grounds, your endangerment of my students, and your catastrophic failure to contain a threat far beyond your comprehension have all been thoroughly documented." He held up a small tablet, showing live feeds from dozens of hidden security cameras. "Copies have already been sent to my contacts in the Ministry of Defense and the Prime Minister's office. You came here to put a leash on my student. Instead, you have placed a noose around your own neck." Saragame's face was a mask of cold, impotent fury. He had no words. He simply turned, his remaining agents falling in around him, and began a silent, humiliating retreat. Izuku watched them go, then looked at his pack. Ochako gave him a tired, watery smile. Mina gave him a thumbs up. Kendo nodded, a look of profound respect in her eyes. Jiro leaned against Momo for support, but her small smile was one of victory. They had won. They had faced the government and a monster from the dawn of time, and they had won. They had proven that their bond was not a weapon to be controlled or a weakness to be exploited. It was a choice, a family. But as the adrenaline began to fade, replaced by a bone-deep exhaustion, Izuku looked to the horizon. The sun was setting, painting the clouds in hues of orange and blood red. The herald was gone, but it was just a messenger. A single fang from a much larger maw. The Orochi was no longer a nightmare. It was a coming reality. It was now fully aware of him, of the last alpha dire wolf who had defied its power. The hunt was over, but the true war had just begun.